because of the garbage they call a banking system that I became part of recently. I, in fact, became part of a bank, or I had an account in a bank that I left dormant for 3.5 years. I never went to the account, except when they wanted me to confirm that I still had the account and I knew it was there. About 6 months ago, they sent me that notice. Before we talk about the bank and what problems the bank has caused me and the monies that the bank has cost me in the last 14 days, I'll tell you about the carnivore diet. So I feel that I'm losing weight, although the actual measurements of my waist haven't changed, fluctuating a half inch at around 47, 48 inches. But in other places on my body, I noticed I'm losing fat because I have not consumed even a gram of carbohydrates or bread. Well, that that I know of. I mean, other than whatever's in, maybe there's a gram of carbohydrates in some of the vegetables I ate, the Chinese pichai or in the avocado, but that's the only carbohydrates that I know about. Haven't had any candy, no sugar, no instant coffee, anything like that. So I am noticing that my clothes fit differently. So the carnivore diet that I fry up pork, I just re-upped my load of pork yesterday. I bought 10.2 kilos of lean pork, and I paid 260 pesos per kilo. 5 pesos less than what you'd pay in the store at the ICM mall because I bought it in bulk. And the butcher, because they don't have to cut it up, they give me a 5% discount. So now when I got home, I cut that up into 2-day chunks of meat and put them in bags, and then I froze however many bags that were in the freezer. So every 2 days, I'll take out one piece of meat. And as for roughage, the Del Fuego, my tutor in the carnivore diet, he said if I want to have a snack, I have a cucumber, or if I wanted to add some kind of roughage, to add a cucumber. So I bought cucumbers at the ICM mall yesterday. A little bit pricey because at the gulai at the farmers market, the cucumbers are 30 pesos per kilo, and in ICM they're 60. But again, I'm going to go all the way with ICM. Their cold cuts, their meats, their fruits, and their vegetables are 100% fresh, and they're not ready to go off. Like you buy something in the market and 2 days later it's rotting. Not going to happen in the ICM mall. So you pay a little bit more, but it's definitely worth knowing that you're getting the freshest possible vegetables or fruit. So that's a great thing. So I bought 4 big cucumbers, 10.2 kilos of lean meat, and I bought well, I bought a 20-ton commercial jack also yesterday, but I didn't buy that at the ICM mall. That's going to be to raise and move the house. So moving on to why I have been off the air for 2 days. Most people would just say that's not possible. The idiot that calls herself the bank manager, now it's 2 weeks after. Now, in the beginning, we had a normal, conversation, but no longer is that possible because of the incompetence of the bank itself. Not the manager, but the bank's records department, the bank's accounting department, the bank's debit card, credit card department, they're garbage. They're total garbage. Now, I'm not going to mention the name of the bank, but I will tell you that this is a nightmare at this point. So I've mentioned before that I've made over 200 phone calls to this bank where they don't answer the phone. That's been confirmed. That I was in the bank and I got on my cell phone and called the bank for their number for their bank, and no one answered the phone. So there was no argument as to that. The argument ensued that after 2 weeks, and I gave them the information they requested, and the fact that the bank manager sent me out a request for the information on a non-reply email she sent me. So she sent me, this is how incompetent the people are here. We request the information of what it says, why Lazada is rejecting your credit card. So I sent it back in words, and I sent back a screenshot, and I sent the 2 telephone numbers for the bank that they don't answer the phones. And it came back, this message is undeliverable. So I called up the bank and I said to the woman, it says it's not deliverable, the message. Send it again. So I sent it again, and by this time it was the end of the day, last week sometime, and it was undeliverable. So by the time I got back to the bank this week, maybe Tuesday, I went to the bank, physically went to the bank, and I said to the woman, look, here's the message. It's undeliverable. You sent me from your bank, you sent me a no reply email address. You are one incompetent person. You're just not. How did you get to become the manager of the bank if you don't have an email that you can send out to get a reply to? That's a legitimate question. It's not a stupid question. I could prove this if I had to, and I did prove it. I'm sorry, sir. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you my private email address. So in order for the bank manager to send out a request for the information that she requested, that I already sent twice, the only way she could get it is if she gave me her private email address, which was nice. So she sent me her private email address, and I sent back a screenshot and the 2 telephone numbers on Tuesday, I think that was. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday come, and I go to the bank yesterday. Did you fix the problem yet? No, sir. The credit card department has not gotten back to us yet. I says, well, wait a minute now. I only put money in your bank, and a lot of it, because you gave me a credit card that you said would work with Lazada, and I have big ticket items I need to buy from Lazada. I'm going to go to another bank and start another bank account and pull the money out of your account. Sir, we don't want you to do that. I said, let me tell you something. I don't really care what you want anymore. What you want is, what I want is that the machine I was going to buy on Lazada is no longer available. So now I have to buy a different machine. It's going to cost me 30,000 pesos more for the different machine. It's a different machine. It's a better machine, but I didn't need the better machine. So you cost me 30,000 pesos, and you cost me 200 phone calls, the time to do that. You've cost me 4 trips to the bank in the last 3 weeks, and you don't want me to dump the account? I don't care what you want. What you want is no longer a viable option. I'm going to go to another bank, which I did, 2 banks. Both banks had people backed out of the door, 20 people deep. So that was 2 hours of my day yesterday, where I never did get into a bank because one bank had the audacity to close down the line at 12 o'clock so the bank employees could have lunch. So we're not going to be going to that bank. So I have a credit card with a great deal of money in the debit card, credit card, debit card. I can't use. And they don't care. They don't want me to take the money out of the bank. She's very sure about that. I said, I don't really care what you want anymore. You're incompetent. Your bank's debit card department is incompetent. We're going to go to another bank. So that conversation, it didn't end so bad, but they're not happy that I'm taking the money out of the bank. Plus, of course, the pesos that are never going to go into the bank to build the hotel. So that was, we don't understand why you're upset. I said, you just cost me 30,000 pesos for a different machine. You just cost me 30,000 pesos, and I still don't have a working card. I have to set up another account, wait 3 weeks till I get the actual debit card, and then I can buy the other machine. You have cost me dozens of hours of phone calls and 30,000 pesos, and you're not going to compensate me for this. Well, sir, I don't care. You can't. I'm changing banks. Done. It's a done deal. So with that, I decided I was going to go buy metal shelving for cargo container 2. This is all why I'm gone for 2 days. I went to Build-A-Ware. Their cheapest shelf that's 4 feet wide is $120. It's a commercial grade shelf, but it's $120. So then I can build one for $40. The same weight limitations, 50 kilos per shelf, which is about what I'm getting ready to do now. But you won't see that. So I have two sets of shelves. I have rebar that I'm going to use for the vertical stanchions for the second set of shelves. And at the end of the day, I'm going to make one section out of the lumber that I have, and I ordered 3 more shelves. So I would have 5 4-foot or 20-foot of shelves, and I'm going to build an 8-foot section. So I'll have 28-foot of shelves for cargo container 2. That will get everything up off the floor in cargo container 2, because right now I have, for instance, a gang box with tools in it. The tools weigh 1,500 pounds, okay? And they're just tools on top of tools on top of tools on top of tools. And with this new shelf system that I have, I can put 100 kilos per shelf. So then I'll be able to have a cargo container with at least 30% empty floor space when I'm done with the shelving, and I'll have 28 feet times 5 shelves high, and that will give me 140 square feet of shelving minimum of shelving. So I'll be able to get everything that I have out here that doesn't belong out here into the cargo container. Some of the stuff from cargo can 1 that doesn't need to be in there into cargo container 2. And in addition, that I bought those shelves from Lazada, I had to use my American credit card, which worked just fine. First time out, boom. Haven't used that credit card in 6 or 7 months. Put the numbers in, put the code in the back there, and the expiration date, and the order went through. I got a confirmation email on my email. So the shelves are on their way. And with that, I also bought a water pick it was on sale for $50. It's not a water pick, but it's for your teeth. It's the high pressure water for your teeth. And I got one of those. I got an infrared gun to check the temperature of the deck temperature when I'm working, and also motor temperatures, and to make sure the heads, water is flowing through the heads correctly. You shoot the bolt at cylinder number 1, you shoot the bolt at 2, 3. The temperature of the water should be the same within 10 degrees, and that tells you if you have a clogged water jacket, or some blockage somewhere, or something's not cooling down, rust inside the system. So finally, I got an infrared thermometer because I've ordered them 3 times. They're always out of stock. Today's infrared is supposed to be in stock and on its way. And I also bought, in order for me to start putting digging the last 2 holes. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's 12 holes. I have 10 footings dug and then refilled in. I have the last 2 are halfway dug and refilled in because I was digging the last 2 when the cargo container got delivered 3 years ago. So I had to just quickly fill in the holes and put the cargo container on the west side of the property. So those of you who hear, you're never going to build the hotel. Yeah, well, you know, what happens when I do start building the hotel? What are you going to cry about then? And there's a lot of people out there crying, he's never going to build a hotel. Yeah, I'm going to build a hotel. Yeah, I'm going to build a hotel. It's going to be a 4-story hotel. He doesn't. Yeah. I could show you the bills for 50,000 pesos just for yesterday's equipment. Well, that includes today's 11,000 peso order from Lazada. I could show you all of that, but why do I have to prove anything to you? When you see it, you'll see it. So I also bought yesterday. I did really good yesterday. I shop. I shop for my items. To buy a 20-ton jack from Lazada was a really good price, 1,700 pesos, which is like 34 bucks. But it's 2,000 pesos for the delivery. So now it's 18,000 pesos, or it's almost $38 for the jack, right? For a 20-ton jack. Now, a 20-ton jack is a 20-ton jack. I mean, I don't know if a 20-ton jack that you pay 50 bucks, 40 bucks for is any better than when you pay 30. I don't care because I never have to raise more than 5 tons with it. So I did buy a brandy new. As you already know, I have a 5-ton jack that I bought 2 months ago. And now to add to my jack collection, because now I have a 10-ton automatic jack, a 20-ton pump jack, a 5-ton pump jack, and a 2-ton floor jack. Why do I need all these jacks? Well, it's simple. I'm going to raise the house up 10 inches, 12 inches. So in order to raise the house up, I'm going to put 4 pads down and pick the house up in 4 points. Once I get the house up 10 inches, I'm going to put rollers underneath the cribbing, the cribbing that's going to raise the house. And I'm going to slide the house towards the ocean 19 inches onto the lot in front of my house. And then, at that point, I'll set it back down and I'll crib it and I'll cradle it permanently until I remove the house from existence next year. So I needed another jack for the fourth corner. Plus, the 10-ton jack I have probably only lifts up 3 tons. The cargo container probably weighs about 3.5 tons in the front of the cargo container. So the 10-ton jack that only lifts up 3 tons, because the seals are weak, won't pick up the cargo container, but this new 10-ton jack will pick up the cargo container. And the 2 of them combined will pick it up and allow me to put cribbing under the cargo container and then put rollers in between the lower cribbing and the upper cribbing, and then I'll be able to pivot the cargo container from the west end to bring it to the east, take the bottom end, bring it to the west, and then I'll be slipping the cargo container onto my property, which I have next door to this property also. consumed another piece of property. For somebody that's building a hotel, you can never have too much storage space. So we now have additional several hundred more feet of storage on my second property. And a little bit more than that, but we won't go into details and how it's going to get stored. So that's what I've been doing, and I'm ready. Oh, yeah. Aside from going to the bank and wasting another hour and a half in the bank yesterday, and then going to Build-A-Ware, had shelves for $120 per shelf, not assembled. Fix-Right Hardware also had a nice set of shelves for $120. But what I paid at Lazada was $50. So from Lazada, I got 2 industrial grade shelves that hold 100 kilos. And the shelving in Fix-Right Hardware store would only hold 45 kilos. So I got shelves that are twice as strong for half the price from Lazada. So basically, I bought 4 shelves for $100, where for exactly $100. And if I would have bought them from Build-A-Ware or Fix-Right, the 4 shelves would have been $480, $480 plus VAT tax. So it would have been $500 for 4 shelves. Instead, I paid for 4 shelves $100. That's a good price. So I saved $400 on shelving by buying it through Lazada, and I didn't have to pay a tricycle to bring it home. So I saved another 400 pesos. Now, in addition to saving $400 on the shelving, which will be delivered to my house, on the jack, Fix-Right Hardware store, which I'm going to give them credit. They have a lot of stock, but their prices are bizarre. So this jack here at Fix-Right Hardware store, and this goes as part of when I tell people, if you want information about the Philippines and you don't want to pay me for it, this goes into the heading of, you should pay me for this information. I'm saving you time and effort to go looking for things. So there's going to be some changes on my channel where when you want to ask me a question, it's going to cost a designated amount of money. If I have to get into detail to show you how to save money, we're going to go in that direction very shortly. So this jack at one store, the same jack, the same manufacturer, the same jack, the same manufacturer, the same jack, the same manufacturer. If you went into Fix-Right, you're going to pay, now listen to me, you are going to pay upwards of $50 for this jack. But I know where to buy this jack for $31. So you would save $20 per jack, but it's not just the jack. And that's why you people, when you decide that you're going to need information from me, you'll pay me for it or you won't get the information. But if you wanted to buy 4 of these jacks for a project and I can save you $23 per jack, that's $100 savings. If you don't feel it's worth any money to give to me for my effort to go find these buys in Bohol, or to tell you where they're in stock, or to tell you who has a better product for a cheaper price, well, then you just watch my videos and learn that there are other places, and then you spend days of your life looking for something you will never find, because the store that I buy my products from is a commercial retail outlet. They will sell to private people, but they cater to contractors. It's not a storefront. It's not advertised in the phone book. It's not advertised on the internet. It's not even being, you can't even see this store from the street. No one knows it's there except contractors. And that's the way they like it. So when I go into that store, I speak with a man with a 3-letter name. I say, I need one of those, and I need one of those. And how much is one of those? And he walks over, and the prices are on the units, and then he gives me my 3% discount for cash. You won't get the 3% discount for cash because you're not in the construction field, number one. Number two, what I buy from him is an immense amount of products, which most of you don't see what I buy from him. And number three, we talk the language of the construction field. So, but I could tell you where it is, and you'd still get this a price less the 3%. You're not going to get the 3% discount. That's only for people that buy in bulk. Like when I go in there, I buy hundreds of things, or a case of this, or half a case of that, and 10 gallons of this, or 5 gallons of that. You'll never get the prices I get. None of you will. So I did buy one jack yesterday. I did buy 4 sets of shelving today for $100. I did buy the infrared gun, the water pick. That order came to 11,500 pesos. That's like 230 bucks. Yesterday's supplies, it was 2,500 for one thing, 1,500 for the jack. That's 3,800. That's 4,000. That's another 80. 4,000 for that. I ordered pipes and 150 clamps for the pipes to start building the scaffolding for the foundation footings and things like that. That was $150. So that was 7,400 plus. That's that's 200. 200 was 210 pipes was another 20,400. 600. The jack is 630. The shelves were 200. That's 730. 830. Yeah, I spent 50,000 pesos yesterday, roughly, on a hotel project because I'm broke that I'm never going to build. So when you hear these disciples of the ignorant ones on YouTube that are you'll never build. What am I doing all of this for? What am I buying jacks to move houses? What did I rent other properties for? What did I just buy $400 worth of pipes and clamps for? For what reason? For what reason? Ask yourself how stupid somebody would have to be to still deny that I have a permit. And then to even say that I don't have a permit when I wager the man 1,000, 2,000, 10,000, anybody, I have permits. How do you people live with yourselves being so stupid to believe the crap that you hear on the internet when you see me actually going out and doing what I say I'm going to do, and the clowns that say I'm never going to do it have shown you nothing. Oh, you got one piece of garbage blogging from Thailand and his fucking troll friend Richie. What he shows you how to do is rent prostitutes in Thailand. That's a big accomplishment. A big accomplishment. The guy's a piece of walking garbage with arms and legs. How to rent a prostitute in Thailand is not actually intellectual property or not actually educational material. And that guy, he keeps running his mouth. He keeps running his mouth that he's going to stand over there and yell out profanities to me. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I am waiting. You tell him I said so. I don't care what he puts on his channel. He runs his mouth. I'm gonna do this and that. But now he's getting ready to leave Thailand. And then he was supposed to come to the Philippines, but now he's not. He's gonna go to Las Vegas. What happened to stopping at my house, punk? What happened to that? What happened to you stopping at my house and standing in front of my house and yelling out profanities? Did you forget that you said you were going to do that? Or did you just punk out? Those are your only two choices. You either forgot or you punked out. But one thing for sure, if you people want to make money, bet that he won't show up in front of my house and stand there and yell out profanities at me. Just wager big money on that. Wager big money on that. Now, what should I do first? Well, I really should prep. Okay, I have 4 additional horizontal shelves that don't have vertical stanchions. And I kind of looked yesterday for vertical stanchions in the form of tubing that I could use for the shelves, but the tubing was pretty light duty. Plus, the tubing was 600 pesos per length for 3, so I'd get 3 lengths out of it, or 200 pesos per length, but it was light duty. So what I'm going to use instead, I'll bring you over here. Then we're going to get to work. I'm going to go inside and I'll show you what I'm going to do. I have this rebar here. I have stock of rebar. Not much, but I have I think this is a 6 bar, and behind it I have a 5 bar in the back. I'm going to cut this down into 6-foot lengths, whatever I have left of this. So I might be able to get 2 6-footers out of this and a 5. I'm not sure how much I cut off so far. And in the back, I'll cut the other. If I need an additional 6-footer, I'm going to cut that one in the back for 6 feet. That will get rid of that rebar, number one. Number two, I will be able to, I'll show you what I'm going to use that in right now. I'm going to go walk over to the shelving that's behind this. Let me get a shirt on. It's getting really hot. I want to put a wet shirt on. I'll be right there. I want to get a little bit of some fresh water now that we have water again. 3 days, no water. The water department didn't know a thing about it. Yeah, we're going to fix that. But at the end of the day, they didn't know what I was talking about or where the problem was. Yep, that's true. The water department did not know, according to words they said on the phone, the water department did not know that we did not have water in Dolho. But man buntag, Brian, the water department did not know that we didn't have water, and when I made them aware of it, they didn't know about it. Then they put an engineer on the phone, and the engineer, who didn't know about it either, just said he was stroking me. There was no doubt. The engineer said, "We're working on it, sir." So he didn't really know where I was talking about, because I didn't tell him where I lived. But he said, "We're working on it." So either they're working on the water supply, or he was stroking me and they weren't working on the water supply, or they were working on the water supply, but he didn't know which water supply I was talking about. And then it still took hours for me to get water, which is on 3 days with no water. That's quite a long time to have no water for 3 days. So this is what I'm talking about. I do have another set of commercial shelving here. I'll show this to you, but I also need to get a piece of it out here because Oh boy, not happy about this. Okay, hold on. I need to get it all out here. Apparently I have two different sizes. Okay, that's a big one. That's a small one, that's a big one. Okay, I know what I gotta do now. All right, so, okay, I know what happened. All right, well, what happened is I'm gonna have to make two different size sets of brackets. So I have this chrome plated high quality steel shelving, and I'm gonna put the 5/8 rebar through this hole here like that. And then this will be 30 inches off the floor. This one will be 30 inches up off the floor. Let's see, 30. Two of these milk crates plus 6 inches. But whatever this milk crate is, 13 inches high. So it'll be two of these. 13 and 13 is 26. Yeah, 30 inches off the floor, this first shelf will be. That means I have to cut 4. I'm only going to go up 6 feet. So I have to cut 4 6-foot pieces of rebar, either 5/8 or 5, or either number 5 bar or number 6 bar. 4 6-footers will allow me to use these 4 shelves. And then between this shelf and the other shelf I have in the back here, I will separate these two shelves. This is all going to happen today, by the way. I will separate this extra wide shelf here with the one that I'm going to build, and in between this shelf and the shelf over to the left, I'm going to leave a 7-foot space between the two sets of shelves. And then I'm going to build a stanchion. I'm going to put plywood from here to the shelves across to the other shelf. I'll make them the same height. This one will be the same height. This one will be the same height. And I'll have a piece of plywood from here going over to the left 8 feet. So it'll be 6 inches on top of this metal shelf, 6 inches on top of the other one, and 7 feet in between the two sets of shelving, which will give me 7 by 2, 3 times 14 times 3 is 42 feet. Yeah, 42 feet of shelving in between these metal shelves. And it'll be industrial grade, 100 kilos per shelf, no problem. Because inside this yellow container, it's full from floor to ceiling with stores for the hotel and personal products. And it's all just stacked in boxes on top of one another. And those boxes can't be gotten to because they're just stacked on top of box on top of box. So to get to the box at the bottom of the shelf, at the bottom, you might have to move 20 boxes to get to the bottom box. And that was the way I planned it, to get the stuff here. And I always planned on building shelves or adding shelves. So that project is today's project. So if you don't want to watch me prepare to build shelves, go someplace else. Go ask the slob. Wait, let me turn this around. Go ask the slob and his coward friend Richie. Go ask the slob and his coward friend when they're coming to Bahal to yell out profanities at me. Go ask them. Go ask him. Tell him I'll wager big money he doesn't show up. Frickin' guy got a big mouth, but I bet you he can't back it up. I'm going to go. You're not going anywhere, slob. And if you do, make sure you punch out every ticket on your bucket list before you get here. There you go. That's the truth. He ain't going to come. He just runs his mouth for drama. You could see people are already starting to go against him because they're tired of him running his mouth. So he's also starting crap with everybody in Thailand. I wouldn't be surprised if one day somebody puts him on the dark web. And if you don't understand what I just said, probably a good thing. But I wouldn't doubt for a minute that one of those people over in Thailand don't just put him on the dark web. All right. So the thing that you would be doing now would be, you're going to be waiting. You're going to be waiting for me to lock something down. It's going to take me about, 5 minutes to lock something down. Well, actually, to move something so that you can't see it, okay? Nothing personal, but I don't show you everything. So in about 5 minutes, I'll be back after I move something that it would be better that you don't see. Because then we'll hear one crying in the wilderness, look at what he's doing! Look at what he's doing! One crying in the wilderness. So, and then after I move a certain item, well, you'll see. So let's get, I'll also be cutting a lot of wood for the center support for the shelves. That I'm going to, the 7-foot wide shelves that I just talked about, I'm going to be making one central stanchion for the bottom, the middle, and the top. So I need 12 pieces of wood cut on a 45-degree angle, both sides 1 foot long. So I'm going to be using all of that scrap underneath my storage container, underneath my shelves over there. All that stuff on that shelf there, all those blocks of wood that people say, what is you saving that junk for? Well, those are going to be 1 foot or 10-inch brackets for structural support for the new shelf. So that's going to happen as well. So let me close this down. And like I said, you guys are not invited for me to lock up something, move it a little bit so that you can't see it. None of your business. Not everything I do is your business. And then we don't have to worry about somebody crying in the wilderness. Cries about everything. Crying about this. Crying. If he's not crying, he's crying. He's a freaking professional crier. So, I'm going to move my jacks out of the way. They got to get painted yellow, of course. Soon, maybe today, maybe not. I'll be back momentarily. It's going to be, somebody put down in the live chat, I'll be back in, when I find something I'm looking for, I'll be back. Ah, here it is. Okay. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Put down in the chat, baby. You can't. All right, we got that. We got this. All right. Alrighty, you got this that goes up there, and this comes off of here. This got to go in the back. When I cut the pieces, I got to paint everything. This goes into the shed. We'll put this here. Goes in the shed. Alright, so I got to move some equipment around over here. And like I said, you can't see this other equipment. So you'll hear my machine start up, and I think that's about all you'll see of it. Alrighty. Where far art thou am I? Over here. Okay. I'm good here. Ho! 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 Ah! Right. Ho! Ho! Ha! Ha! Wow. Huh. Alrighty, we got that done. That's halfway to the goal. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's turned out to be a little bit more messy than I thought, okay? Oh boy. Ugh. Huh. Alrighty. You and me and you. We got to do this a little bit different than I had originally planned. Tell you that right now. This was never the plan, but it is the plan now. You're gonna hear something fall. It's purposeful. Okay. Alrighty. Like it or not, I'm gonna live with that. Alrighty. Now, next thing is to raise awareness here. Oh. One more thing. Almost forgot. Huh. Huh. We have a little problem here. A little problem. Nothing I can't handle, but I can't handle from where I am. So, that's gotta change. Oh boy. Oh, okay. We gotta go this way. Oh. All right. Huh. 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 Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. Oh. I'm almost done with one part of the project. I'll be back in a minute. done. And then I'll be bringing over some equipment to that back bench to cut the wood I need. That'll be the next part of this project, to cut the wood for the new shelves. There's going to be about 24 pieces that have to get cut, minimum 24. So I'll be there momentarily. Uh-oh. Stuck. Okay. Almost stuck. That would have really sucked. Up. We're losing our footing here. Losing our footing. We did lose our footing, but not so secure. Oh boy, luckily, wow, we have a major problem here. Wow, we just found an infestation of termites. I lost my footing, but I found a few thousand termites to go take care of. Wow, and quite a few. Wow, the little buggers were really working here. Wow. They worked this wood. Oh my God. Lots and lots of little buggers. Now there are lots and lots of dead buggers. Wow, that's interesting. I never thought they would go there, but they did. Termites, they're advanced, take advantage wherever they can. They take advantage. They're like welfare recipients. Anywhere there's a free meal, they'll go. Huh. Problem solved. Dead termites. Yes, sir. Dead termites. Okay. Very happy about that. All right, so here's the deal. Here's the deal. I need to wash my hands off from that spray. Uh, uh, all right. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to move that metal. I'm going to check the comments, see if any of my friends showed up. If you're not my friend, if I don't know who you are, please don't comment. I won't take the time to read it. We have someone's been a very bad boy. Hey, Mike. Some of these names. Some of these names. Boy, we got trolls today, yeah? As soon as I mention that piece of garbage in Thailand, the trolls come out of the woodwork. You tell your piece of garbage friend with the big mouth that he's going to stand in front of my house and yell out profanities. Tell him I'm waiting. See what happens. Okay, so I'm going to move this set of shelves out of there because I'm going to put the power miter up on that table now. And then I'm going to start cutting the shelf systems that I bought from Lazada. Well, they won't be here for at least a week, so the order says. But I bought 3 different shelves from 3 different companies because sometimes they are out of stock on the items. So instead of buying all the shelves from one company, I bought 3 different shelves from 3 different companies, so I'm almost guaranteed to get at least 2 shelves. Lazada is a hit or a miss. Even when they say it's in stock, it's a hit or a miss company. Okay, you could wait 10 seconds on Lazada, and there'll be 3 items left in stock, and by the time you fill out your credit card information, the item is gone. And that's understandable because thousands of people use the displays. Okay, so now you're going to see me cut up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 sets of stanchions that will look similar to this. 9 sets, but my stanchions will be wood, 4 sides. So this is wood, this is wood, this is wood. And then the pieces that I'm about to cut now are going to be the 45-inch pieces, the 45-degree double cuts that are going to go between the vertical and the horizontal. And then they'll get nailed for torsional, to stop torsional twisting, or what they call a treble, to stop the treble. T-R-E-B-L-E, treble. So to stop the trebling or the torsional twisting, I'm going to cut 9 times 4, 36 inch, 36 pieces on a double 45, and it's all going to get cut out of scrap. So the next thing I need to do is to bring out my 14-inch chop saw. So that's coming out now. As soon as I move this metal stand and the clothes, I have a bunch of clothes over there. Now, if things go well, sometime today, I might even put this shelf in the cargo container, if they go well. But as I said, I still have to cut the vertical stanchions to that, move these clothes, get the power miter, and cut all of that stuff, 36 pieces. So it should only take a few minutes to cut those pieces, but a few minutes could turn into an hour easily. I need to get the blower. I need to change the 220 electric into 110. And then I'll be bringing back, when I come back out here with me, I'll be bringing out the 14-inch chop saw. Ah, ah, ah. Huh. Ah, that's impossible. I knew it was impossible. Okay, let me get the cord back there first, because right now the cord is in my way, actually. Now it's not going to be in my way momentarily. Oh, this is a number 12 grounded 3-wire UL approved extension cord, 50 feet long. And what I should not have done, I should not have switched that over to 110 until I blew it off. So I'm going to change it back to 220. Which I just did, and at the power. Yeah. He doesn't know anything about tools, and he's never gonna build anything. That's why I've spent the last 8 months now, yeah, 8 full months, working every day on prepping the equipment to get ready to build the hotel. And do I have some surprises for you people down the pike? Only 3 of my friends know about it, and that's the way it'll stay until I release it publicly. But you people are in for a surprise that in regards to the building of the hotel that that you never expected. Let's put it like that. You will never have expected the information I'll be releasing publicly shortly. Before I do that, I heard something that needs to be addressed. I think I'm not sure, but I think something needs to be addressed. So I'm gonna go check it out. I'll be out in 60 seconds. Whoa. Oh God! Oh my God! Oh, we're gonna have one pissed off blogger. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! I told you there was going to be a piece of news. But this is only part of it. Okay, so look at me. Look at me in the face. Look at this. Watch my face. Watch my face. What I'm about to tell you is to the best of my ability. I'll be the first to announce it. Now, you have people out there that had to leave the Philippines for exit visas. We all know those were the rules. Now, although it is a lie as to when my exit visa comes up, I've heard stories that are completely wrong. They're completely false. The story that you heard, if you listen to one guy who lies in the wilderness, the exit visa for me, was not for a very long time. It has nothing to do with anything he may have said, because he pulls that stuff out of his rectum, and then he objectifies the bologna and cheese out of his rectum as the truth. But anyway, now I was reading just now that now this is going to piss somebody off. Somebody piss them off in the wilderness. So you guys could. I will not talk to people I don't know, so don't waste your time. What I just found out, if it's true, and two people confirmed it, so what I just found out is that the Bureau of Immigration of the Philippines is negating their exit visa clearance mandatory leave the Philippines. They're going to postpone the exit visas. And I didn't say permanently, but indefinitely. And now, in addition to that, I just received another piece of information that even if you are an overstayer at this point, which I am not, but let's say someone didn't want to leave the Philippines because they were afraid they couldn't get back in and they were willing to pay the fines, I've just got information that the Bureau of Immigration is going to just levy the fines and penalties on the overstayer, and they can also stay. So if you have stayed and you have overstay fees, I just got several messages from two different places that the Bureau of Immigration has just relinquished its mandatory evacuation at the 3-year limitation, which means that I don't have to leave the Philippines. So when you hear somebody crying, he's going to have to leave the Philippines, and he's going to have to leave his tools, and he's going to have, what's he going to do? That's no longer true. It may have been true 3 days ago, but it's not true any longer if the information I got is correct. Now, I don't know that it is correct, but the people that sent me the information sure wouldn't play a joke with me about that. But even if it's not, I don't have to leave the Philippines for a very long time. The shit that you hear is nothing to do with when I have to leave the Philippines. And I could even circumvent that if I wanted to. So, as of now, if you had to leave the Philippines, say January 1st, you no longer have to leave the Philippines at your 3-year exit visa time. It's put on suspension. If you are an overstayer for 5 months at this point, the fines and penalties will be levied. You'll have to pay them, and then you'll be back in good. All your dues are paid and accrued fines and stuff. You'll be back in good tidings with the Philippines government. Ha! Oh, that's great news. It just saved me. Well, I wasn't real sure where. I was pretty sure where I was going if I had to leave. Believe me when I tell you. I already looked into the airfare and the mileage and everything. I knew exactly where I was headed. But now I don't have to go there. So that just saved me, for my round trip airfare, roughly $3,000 plus hotel. And then I was going to have to go from there to another location. I was going to visit a few places in the United States. So I saved $5,000 on airfare and hotel reservations. And I was offered 2 places to stay in America for free if I had to go to America. So, but right now the good news is mandatory exit visas have been dismissed. Any fines or penalties that you have accrued up until today can be paid off at the Bureau of Immigration with no worry about getting arrested or deported. And ha, ha, ha. I can't believe it. What great news. What great news. So anybody that left the Philippines and spent all those thousands of dollars and can't get back, well, no one knows the future, right? All right, so I'm going to blow this off now. The next thing I'm going to do is get the power miter out here. I got to clean this up a little bit. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. We have a little problem, but not a big problem, but I can't solve the little problem now. If I could solve it at all, it'll take all day to solve it. So. We have a pretty big problem, but it's a little problem. It's not a complicated problem, but it's a pretty big. So if someone wants to confirm, if someone can confirm that the Bureau of Immigration has suspended its mandatory exit visa, and you could go do that. But I know somebody, lots of somebodies, many somebodies are very upset about that. I would imagine there are people pulling what's left of their hair out right now. Pulling what's left of their hair out right now about that. Whoops! Whoops! Is that the word? Whoops! 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 I shouldn't have left. Of course, there'll be an executive excuse. Following the mandatory exit visas being suspended, there'll be an executive excuse. Coming right up. Prepare yourselves. Prepare yourselves to be underwhelmed. Okay, I'll make that rebar the last thing I do today. Now this is going to require a lot of energy. This damn miter, I don't know how much the miter weighs, but it's actually quite heavy, but it's not so heavy as it is bulky and awkward. So I'm going to put on a pair of gloves. I'm actually going to put on a little piece of cardboard on my shoulder because the machine has sharp metal edges. Not real sharp, but enough to dig into your bone a little bit. So I'll be putting on a nice piece of cardboard or a rag, or both. Maybe. Huh. Huh. Oh yeah. I wonder how much this weighs. I don't know. Can I even get it out of here? I don't even think I can do it. Oh man. Oh man. You hear shit breaking now, yeah? Oh man. Oh boy, I hope it don't drop. I hope it don't drop. I'll make a mess. Okay. A little balancing. And we'll have this. Wow. That was freaking hard. I moved I changed the spacing of the ladder between the house and the container. And it's about an inch too small. All right. Whoa. Whoa. Turn all right. So now the electric needs to be changed to 110 before I start the machine. So I will change the electric before I forget. Now, if you started it up with 220, you'd notice the difference right away. You might get away with it too, but you'd only get away with it for a few seconds. After that, you'd regret it. Big time. Alrighty, so now I'm going to move this camera up. I'm also going to change the position of the camera so you'll get a better shot at what I'm doing and why. Well, there's the miter, and I'm going to start cutting pieces at a set length. And how am I going to do that? Well, I built some stops about a year ago. This is what we call a kicker or a kick stop. See the holes there? You put 2 screws in those holes, and then you screw the miter down, and this is your length that I'm going to work with. So I need to go get the screw gun and some 2-inch screws. And just set the primary distance that I want on the miter, which is going to be 8-inch pieces, and I'll get the most out of my lumber. I'm going to get the screw gun now. Oh boy. Oh boy. 1 minute. I gotta get a special bit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, I'm gonna go with 9 inches. And I have my reasons. One, because it's simple, and two, because that's all I really need, 8 or 9 inches of free of corners. Now, it doesn't matter what the measurement is, 8 inches, 9 inches, or 10 inches. If one is an inch short, it'll be fine. Won't be problematic. Now, these are used screws. I have my black containers will be used screws, and my yellow containers will be new screws. And for this kind of a project, it won't matter. So the thing that we need to do now is to make sure we have electric. We'll put my screws and my drill over here. Make sure that instrument is still working. Okay, this sign needs to be moved. I've now tripped on it twice. Well, we're done with that. We don't need to trip on that anymore. Because basically, if I trip on that sign one more time, it's possible I could get a ticket for tripping in a no tripping zone. And that would be bad. Those are $50 tickets, and if you've ever gotten one, well, that means you were at my house July 9th of 1974. Because that was the only place that those tickets ever existed. And that would mean your name was Matthew Nebriga, or Edward Shrivitz, or Thomas Gadomski. Other than that, you would not get a ticket. Okay, headgear. headgear. Headgear, missing headgear, okay? I'm going to just check to make sure that Bureau of Immigration statistic is correct. Be out in 60 seconds. Uh, uh, uh. Secrets of the dollar bill. Secret. All right. It's true. Looks like it's true. morning, Ashley. Yes, sir, it's true. I just posted the links. I just posted the link for the Bureau of Immigration. James Morente. James Morente of the Bureau of Immigration just confirmed that if you're an overstayer, for as long as the COVID pandemic exists, the mandatory leaving the Philippines is suspended. So if you're an overstayer now, you'll be paying your normal visa fees plus penalties. But you won't have to leave the Philippines until the virus has been put under control. If you're not an overstayer, you still don't have to leave the Philippines, and then when you become an overstayer, then your penalties and fines will be accrued onto your visa fees. So that was noticed on Thursday, September 9th, late in the afternoon. So I just posted it as a link on my page in the comment section. Check it out. See if I am mistaken. All right, and here we go. We're going to cut 36 pieces of lumber, about 8 inches, 9 inches long. $36. There we go. All right, I got to get the, I always keep my blocks of wood in one garbage pail, or 2, or 3, but I'm going to bring the block of wood box over to the chop saw, and the cut-offs will go, instead of falling on the ground, they'll go directly into the box. Well, here's my cut-off box. A nice, neat job site. It's a good job site. All right, so we got one. I'm going to cut a couple of small ones too, where it doesn't matter. Okay, that's 1 and 1. Get rid of this garbage. That's all monkeyed up, this stuff. This is a hard piece. It'll be good for dunnage to raise the house. This one needs to get cut. need a hammer. Some of them are going to have nails because I'm just chopping up the garbage. And some of them have nails in it, which will be fine for what I'm going to use it for. But I still want to get the nails gone before I handle it to paint it. Come on over here, join the party. Four. I'm trying to just use the pieces that are not that long, like shorter pieces that have bad ends and whatnot on them. See, now this is a piece of garbage. I cut off all the really bad stuff, but it's still strong enough to make a cross member. Strap, whatever you want to call it. Jack Thompson would know the word. Now this is just a piece of garbage, but it might make one. We'll see. Might make a short one. Oh yeah. If the wood is good back this far here. Oh, it'll be a short one. Okay, got good wood again. That's a couple of short ones. They're not going to hurt anything. Here's a short one that's already made. Need 36 total. This is a real killer with all these nails in it. Now this is a piece of junk. Oh, that's the old wheelbarrow junk. Okay. This one, piece of junk, for sure. Although it looked like junk, it still had a lot of spunk left in it, I'll tell you that. Good solid piece of wood after the rot went away. Now, each one of these pieces, if I had to buy this wood, it's close to 40 cents a foot now. So if I use 36 pieces, which is about 36 feet, I'll save $18 in wood. That's a lot of money. If you have no money coming in, you know how broke I am and all of that. I don't know what you've been able to see because I just realized that the camera expanded. So I'm cutting the pieces of lumber, the 36 pieces that I need, out of scraps. Up. Up. Okay, so let me see what I got here. Okay, you still can see. I got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I got to go up 3 layers. And then I'll have 30 plus the ones in the back. That's one already made. Okay. That's why I saved all these little scraps of wood. Each one of these scraps of wood represents about 15 to 18 pesos per foot. So each one of these scraps of wood represents 36 cents. So if I do 36 of these, it'll be 1,200 cents or $12 in wood I saved for about a half hour's work if I was just doing it by myself. But that's $12 I don't have to spend, so it's $24 on the flip-flop. By using scrap lumber, I saved $24. That's a good deal. And I get rid of a bunch of lumber that I really don't need to store, right? It's not. And I get rid of a bunch of lumber that's starting to get moldy. That's mold. We don't need that, right? Now, say this is a piece of garbage. I'll just give this to my landlord for her cooking. And this is a piece of garbage for cooking. And this is garbage. Oh, this one's good. That's 20, 25. Well, we got some garbage here. I'm going to check the comments. So far, I just see the trolls. Remember what I said, slob. Remember, go through what I said exactly. Pay attention. Look it up word for word. Remember that. You and your punk friend Richie, both of you, pay attention to what I said. I have 30, 1, 2, 3, 4. I need at least 2 more to make it what I want. 1. Here's 1. All right, now I got to start cutting 24-inch pieces. I need 3 more of those. This is pure unadulterated garbage. All right, so that's 30. 36. I'll cut 2 extra. That's 1. One more. I don't think I'm going to get it out of this. I'm not. Okay. So, one more. One more. Out of what? One more. That's not going to be 24. That's not 24. This is less than 24. Now this is 24. Close enough. This is garbage. Okay. Here's our 37th piece. All right, 37 pieces. And now we have more cooking wood. Now I got to set it up. Now I have to set it up for to cut 24-inch lengths. So I'm going to cut like 2. I got 1 more piece I want to cut down for the 45-inch pieces. 1 more piece I just found right here. 1 more of these. I'm going to start cutting 24-inch lengths. One more of these, and then we get a box. I'm going to get a box to put these pieces in now. A regular milk crate, which is why I have milk crates. For the chump that wants to know, why does he collect all those boxes? Hey, chump, I don't explain stuff until it's necessary. And I collect those boxes because I'm going to store stuff for the hotel in those boxes. And now I'm storing the wood for the shelves. Out of the way, off the bench. Out of the way and off the bench. Out of the way and off the bench. Chump. The chump who doesn't know why anything happens because he doesn't know how to do anything. So figuring it out, if you know nothing, how can you figure something out from knowing nothing? That's the big question. Are you able to see this? Are you able to understand what an organized workbench looks like? Or are you going to say, well, look what he's doing, he's putting the wood, he's still got to... Because you people are stone stupid when it comes to construction. Stone stupid is just about as stupid as you could get and still breathe oxygen on your own power. That one's dead. All right, I'm gonna get the blower. I need to plug in the 220 now, because I want to clean off this bench before I set up for my next lumber cut. Although I do have 220 out here, I don't have to set that green cord up for that. In fact, I don't have to set the green cord up. I have 220 right there. For the back lights are 220. The property lights. Forgot all about that. Forgot all about that. Forgot all about that. All about that. Huh. Huh. Oh. It's pretty hot out here today. I could have used one of my fans, but when I started it wasn't near as hot as it is now. It's freaking hot. And it's 100% humidity. All right. Oh boy. All right, I'm going to go under the bench and retrieve my gloves. Uh-oh. That's quite the mess under there. I need to get the broom. It's a bunch of rotten lumber and fungus and algae and creepy crawler nests all stuck to the blackboard down there. So we're going to get rid of that right now. And then I'm going to get 2 milk crates over here, take some measurements and start cutting the horizontals and the verticals. The next thing are going to be either 28-inch pieces of lumber or 24-inch pieces of lumber. I'm not sure which ones, but one of those two. Oh, that's much better. There it is, right there. Just out of my reach. Of course, it would be out of my reach, right? Of course, that would be out of my reach. Otherwise, then. Alrighty, now I'm going to get 2 milk crates. One, I'll just take a measurement. Now I'll get 2 milk crates. Show you what I'm doing. And why? Ha! 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 Oh. 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 Okay. Now let's see what we got here. I'll set you up to show you why I'm doing what I'm doing again. For a different reason on the table. There you go. Okay. We will be taking the kickstop off of here. We're going to move it to a different location, several feet away from where it is. We're going to also have to take this bag of clothes off of there. Ah! Ha, 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 ah! All right. All right. I'll go down as far as I can on this table. And still have access to the front edge of the table. Right. Now, I'll blow this off one more time to get the dust out of the back corners here. All right. Now I'm going to set this up at 24 inches. Okay, I'm moving over the miter to the 24-inch mark. Whoa! 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 Exactly 24 inches. Oh, that deserves a close-up. I screwed those two things down randomly. Wanted it to be 24 inches, and you just watched it line up a dead center on the left side of the 24-inch mark. Come on, baby. Gotta give me a big thumbs up for that one. 24 and 1/64 of an inch. That was a lucky shot, though. Very rarely does that happen. Usually you're off a ½ inch to 3/4 of an inch. But today is a good day. We don't have to leave the Philippines and pay for an exit visa clearance and 5,000 pesos to go to Cebu and another 50,000 or 60,000 pesos for airfare. We don't have to do any of that. Today is a good day, baby. I'm going to make it that... I just moved it when I cleaned it. Now I'm going to make it exactly 24. Not 24 and a 16th. Exactly 24. Okay. Whoa, 23, no good. That one's good. Uh-oh. Cannot do this. Cannot do it with random pieces of wood. I could. But I won't. I'll have to use these for vertical stanchions. One. Two. Okay. Yeah, because random pieces of wood won't be good for horizontals because it'll change the height as much as an inch. But vertically, they'll be fine. So if I have 30-inch pieces here, which it looks like that's about 30, 26 plus 4 is 30. If I use 26-inch pieces and I cut 1, 2, 3, 4 times 2, 8 pieces, 26 inches. You got to remember, I have to coincide these heights with the other frames. No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't have to do that at all. I can block the frames that I make. I can block them any height I want. Okay. So let's go 1 inch shorter than that. And whatever that is, we're going to cut 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, I need 12. 12, whatever this size is, 12 of these. Or whatever this size turns out to be, whatever it is, I need 12 of them. So I'm going to move this over, and I'm going to cut my vertical stanchions first. It looks like I have to move this over 1 inch. That's it right there. I need 12 of these. Okay, so I got one, right? One. Okay, one. Put one here. Move this over here. Okay, this is going to make the second one. I need a support so the wood doesn't fall down and get cut on an angle. So this is my bench block. It's the same height as this bench, exactly. So when the wood gets cut, it doesn't fall. And when I don't have anything to grab over here, it holds it at the right height. Now, I made all of this stuff months ago and was criticized. What the hell is he building? When is he going to start building a hotel? Well, I started months ago when I started cutting the wood to build the bench, to make a better bench. But you people are too stupid to understand that. And that's the truth. That is the truth. That's the sad, unadulterated truth. Yeah, I'm sure the slob and that punk friend of his, Richie, I'm sure they could teach me a thing or two when it comes to carpentry, huh? Getting rid of a lot of junk here. Getting rid of a lot of junk. I better get another box. This one is quite full. Okay. Ah. Get back up there. I said 12 of those, right? Did say 12, okay? I'll be right back. I want to get some cold water. It's freaking hot out here. Be back in a moment. I also want to wet my head down. Oh, oh, oh yeah. Oh. 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 Oh, what? What? Oh. 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 It's not cold, but it's warm. Okay, I want to check one thing and we're going back to work. Check the angle of the camera, that it hasn't vibrated out of focus. Okay, that's good. And then oh, that looks like an exact. It's a 1/16 of an inch too long. What am I to do? I need 12 of those, I said, right? 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. 10. 11, Ah, I gotta get the grinder. I may as well get it right now because I'm gonna need it before the end of the day anyway. I'll be right back. I gotta get the 220 grinder. Huh. 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 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I need 2 more. There's 1. That's 1. I need 1 more to make 12, but Here's the 12th one. Okay, now I'm just going to see what I got left on the bottom here. That's garbage. That's a long one, yeah? Okay. This is, could be, this is garbage. That's garbage. That's a short one. Okay. Let's put the short ones over here. Care about that. Put the longer ones over there. Like that. Short ones over here. Now, if I had now I need 12 24s, but they all have to be about the same thickness. They got to be within 1/8 of an inch of the same thickness. So now I'm going to have to search that out. Okay. I got to go to my wood pile over there. But what I'm going to do now is I don't know how long that camera's been on, but if it's been on 3 hours, and I don't think it's 3 hours yet, I have to supply that with power. So I'm going to check the comments. Yeah, it's 3 hours, huh? Okay. All right, so here is what you're looking at right there is my stock of 2x2s on that shelf. 8-footers, 8, 9-footers, 7-footers. So I need 12 24-inch pieces. So I would need at least 5 or 6 of those pieces to make it out of, because some are shorter than 8 feet. And they're pretty much the same thickness. It only has to be within 1/4 of an inch to make it work. But the stuff I just cut, the vertical stuff, it's off a 1/2 inch, 5/8 of an inch. That would just make it more wobbly than I want. So I'm going to go get 5 of those pieces of lumber that I have stored over there. That's another 5 times 8 is 40 feet. And 40 times 30, that's another $12 worth of lumber, and 24. So basically today in 3 hours, well, I did other stuff, but in 3 hours I saved about $40 in lumber that I already had here. I don't have to go get it. I don't have to pay to transport it. I would never use it for anything other than scraps. So I had $40 worth of scrap lumber that I'm turning into a useful product for the shelves, and $40 worth of lumber is going to make $200 worth of shelving. So that's so I'm saving $240 worth of shelving for $40 worth of lumber. I'm saving $200 plus I have the 40, that's $240. I do have to pay for the plywood, but I'd have to pay for the plywood shelves. Even on the metal shelving, I'd have to put plywood. So I'm just going to throw this stuff over there so it's out of the way. So basically, I'm saving $240 on the shelves themselves and the lumber. Plus, I don't have to go get the lumber. So it's a big savings, $240 in one day. And that's $240 that I could spend on rebar, because we're going to be buying rebar really soon for the foundation footings. That's going to happen soon. Aside from what you may hear, we are building a hotel. We do have plans, we do have permits, and if you hear somebody lying about said plans and permits, tell them I'm willing to bet $1,000 or $5,000 or $10,000 that I have plans and permits. Tell them to eat shit and bark at the moon is what you should tell them. Because he's still going around lying. Lying is what he does, and he's still doing it. Lying is what he does. Lying is what he's always done. And apparently he's just not going to stop lying. It doesn't matter how many lies you catch him in, how often you catch him in, how you prove that he's lying. It makes no difference to him. Lying is his way of life. I'd rather use the shorter one. Even if I end up with a scrap, I'll still only be using the shorter pieces. All right, now this is 8 foot. That's 8 foot. And that's a long one too, so we'll save that one. Put this back here. The other 8 foot. Oh, that's a 2x4, huh? All righty. Well, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty of it all here. We're getting down to using up all the scraps, baby. And don't forget now, I got another 100 feet of scrap up on the roof. A lot more than that. But this is just what I got down here, and there's no reason to climb up on the roof. I already have scraps down here. These scraps, those scraps, they're all good scraps. Okay, this one is a long one. Put it up here. This is a short one, but it's about the same size. No, it's a long one. Okay, so I can make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 out of what I got down here right now. Plus, if I need this piece, I'll come back for it. So I think I have enough to make the 12. Now they don't have to be 24 inches. They could be 23.5 inches, because I can make the plywood 24 with a 1/2 inch overlap. I could do that. What the one thing that I wanted them to be the same thickness, approximately, and I got that. Now, oh, you know what? I need to get something from the house. I'll be right out. Somebody did send out a FOIA request to see if that information was correct for the Bureau of Immigration. I should be getting that back soon as well. I'll be out in about 90 seconds. Oh, 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 get back up there. Oh, 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 oh boy. I got me a bottle of cold water, baby. Oh, and that is about as cold as you'd want to drink. Okay. So now I'm going for the 23 and a half. Whatever size it is, 23 and a half or 24. I need 12 of those. Okay, so I'm gonna set this up at 23 and a half or 24, if it's not already. No, it's not. Okay, so you know what? I'll just make them 24. No, I will not. I will not. I'll make them 23. This way, if I have an 8-foot piece, I can get 4 pieces out of it. So I'm going to make it 23. I got to move it over 1 3/4. 1 3/4 is right about there. Okay. I don't understand this. Never happened before. Didn't happen 2 days ago. It's happening now. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go charge this up. It was a funny charge the other day. It should have registered full after an hour, but it didn't. And then I used it and put it back in the charger, and it registered full, which it shouldn't have registered full. So I'm going to charge it up. Yeah, there was a strange charging process. It didn't register. It was on for 2 hours and it never registered full charge. And then I used it for an hour and then it registered full charge. Now that's not possible because I took energy out of it. So it should have been not charged and it registered charged. So I'm going to throw this out. I'm going to give this to the landlord for cooking as soon as I knock the nails down, because she's 75. She can't see the nails. I really should go get another box. I'm out of, that bucket's full. All right, let's get a short piece. Let's start squaring off the ends. These are the wrong size. I know that. They're 2 inches too long. But that's okay. Because I can cut them down and make them shorter. And when I'm ready to, when I move the miter over to the 23-inch mark, when I get the drill back, I'll cut them down to the right size. In the meantime, this will work just fine. And then I'll get rid of the firewood as well. We knew that was going to eventually happen. One of those hidden nails. That happens. Now I'm going to show you what it looks like a bumblebee, but it's a wood borer. I'm going to show you what they could do to a piece of wood in a day. One day. They can put a hole. See this piece of wood? See this piece of wood here? See this hole that my finger fits in? Okay? That's from a bug that looks like a bee. It's black and sometimes there's blue on it. And that bug can drill a hole through this piece of wood, right through it, but they don't. They stay on the inside of the perimeter. But it could drill a hole right through this piece of wood. If this was a tree, it could go in here 2 inches in about 5 minutes. It would have a hole drilled right through it this big. They're called wood borers, and they can bore through into a hardwood tree like oak. They could drill a hole into it 3 inches deep and make a nest in a matter of about an hour. And you can hear their teeth chipping the wood. If you put your ear, if you're next to the tree, you'll hear ch-ch-ch-ch. It'll sound like a little axe. And I'm not kidding. I've watched them do it. Because as a carpenter, you're going to run across that kind of stuff. But I have watched them drill holes into a hardwood tree. And in a matter of 5 or 10 minutes, they're in the tree 3 or 4 inches deep. Hard to believe, but it's true. And that's called a wood borer. You could look that up. Okay. All right, we're good there. I'm going to cut off a little more of that. There's no sense having all that rotten lumber. Plus, there might be a borer in there boring, and he'll be boring more shit out before the end of the day, being that I disturbed them. So if I could cut him out of there, I will. Yeah, look at this. Look at the size of the holes. Look how careful he was not to go past the edge of the wood. Look at that. He stayed just inside the paint. Come on. You got to give him a lot of credit, no? Look at that. He drilled the hole through the piece of wood, right through it, but he stayed 1/8 of an inch away from the wood. That's not a laminate. That's wood. Yeah, piece of wood. Not a laminate. These guys are geniuses. Genius, I tell you. I'm going to go put this wood up by the gate. Well, no. Yeah, I'm going to go get another bucket. Well, that's enough of that. I still want to have a block of wood that I could use for something, so I'll leave it like that. Huh. All right. I might only be able to get one piece out of this. Yeah. All right, so I got 4. This should make 4 more, this one piece. Plus it's a good stout piece of lumber. But there's that problem. If I cut it the length I have, I won't be able to get 4 pieces out of an 8-footer. So if it's 8 foot or less, I'm gonna have to hold off on cutting this. It's just 8 feet. So I'm gonna have to hold off on cutting this and I'll have 4 potential pieces out of this lumber here. But this one, I'm not going to get 4 pieces out of, so I can cut this down now. There was a nail there. I don't want to cut that nail. Okay, so I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces. All right. I have 1 here, 2 here, 7 and 8. I have right here. Gotta be kidding. Now the hidden nail, that's 2. How many pieces now? 1, 2, 4, 6, 8. Four more. One more. Huh. Oh boy. No good. Unless I cut this in half. Let's see what we got here. 23 and a half. And 23 and a half is 47. All right, I could do that. I'll cut 2, or I'll cut this 49 right here. As long as I have 47 left, I have 50. Okay. Okay, this is going to have to get cut to the right size. So now I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now I have 3, 6, 8, 10, 11. I need one more. One more. I don't need these 2 long pieces. One more. One more. I sure hate to cut it out of an 8-footer. No choice. Well, I have one choice right here. If this is close, oh, there it is right there. There's the 12th piece right there. Okay, I got 12 pieces. Well, it's getting on about 3 o'clock according to the sun. I'm going to blow this off. I'm going to clean this off before it rains or some crazy shit thing like that. I'm going to put this back over there. Put that one back over there. Okay, blow it off. If I can find the blower. Okay, got it. Now I'm going to go get the drill battery, change the length of the miter, and cut the other 12 pieces down to the 24-inch mark. I'll be right back. Okay, what did I say? 23 and a half, yeah? Because the plywood's going to be just shy of 24. So 23 and a half works for me. $23 and a quarter. $23 and a half. I could live with that. I could actually live with 23 and a quarter. There it is. 23 and a quarter. I don't know if I was right about the battery, but see, the batteries have something called elastic memory. Elastic memory is the battery will remember how much charge it took last time. If you don't charge your battery right, you destroy a battery. And there's no meter on these batteries to know if they're dead or not. So when you charge a halfway charged battery, it doesn't help the battery at all. You're really supposed to let it go down to 5 or 10% and then bring it back up slow. But these batteries don't have a voltage regulator built into the battery or the charger. They're good batteries, but I don't know if that's even the problem. But batteries, if you don't charge them correctly, you hurt the battery more. Better you let the battery go dead than charge it when it's a quarter full. That's no good. That is no good at all. Whew, that thing is loud. Okay, so I gotta have to have 12 of these, right? One. Let's check the length on that. Should be 23 and a quarter. 23 and an eighth. Close enough. As long as they're all 23 and an eighth. They're all good. perfect. That's 2. Four. 5. 6. 7. 9. 9, yeah? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, baby, coming up. That's number 3. Hidden nails, baby, hidden nails. Eleven. 12. All right. Let me clean this off again. I think I deserve to sit down for 10 minutes and I think I'll do that right now before the battery starts to go dead, because the battery is going to start to go dead in a minute. Well, within 20 minutes, if it's not there already. I don't know yet whether it's there or not yet. No, when I sit down. Oh, oh boy. Oh. So, oh, yeah. Okay, I got to go get the definitely got to go get the charging unit. I'll be right back. You should still be able to see something, but the screen went dark. So I need electric, and I need to switch the 110 to the 220. Okay, I'll do that now, because I'm done with this machine. Definitely done with this machine. So I'm going to switch this over to 220, and I'll get the charger. All right, let's see. Did I get to the phone in time? I think I did. I usually have 12 minutes once it goes dark before it shuts off. We'll know in 30 seconds. All right. Well, I almost caught it in time. It does go dead around the 4-hour mark, and I just lost track after 3 hours. So I'm back, and I do have, in fact, 12 horizontals for 6 brackets, top and bottom, 12 verticals for 6 brackets vertically, front and back, and I need 24 pieces that are cut on a 45-degree angle, which I also have cut. Now, I have 36 of those, but the other 12 are for a potential frame that I may or may not build, a potential. So I always use 45-degree kicks or 45-degree brackets. I mean, typically I'll keep 10 or 20 of them on a job. And when I need one, I already have it cut. So I'll use the 24 that are about the same size, 8 to 9 inches. And then the other 12, which are random sizes, I'll use as I need them, as I see fit. Because I have a lot more stuff to build before I'm done with the shelving inside the cargo container too. So I have some extra pieces, but not horizontals or verticals. Because for the horizontals and verticals, I used up all the scrap. The stuff that theoretically had no value, but it had value today, right? So that's done. Now tomorrow, I don't like doing what I'm going to do tomorrow, but tomorrow I do have to do something that I don't like to do. And one of the things that I don't like to do is paint. And I have a lot of painting to do tomorrow. Because all of these pieces that I cut, they're all random size. They're all just random pieces of wood. Some were painted, some are not. None of the ends that I cut are painted, but that's not why I'm going to paint the shelf parts. I'm going to paint them because this wood is more susceptible to termites than cocoa lumber. This is all white lumber. There might be 10 or 12 feet of cocoa lumber in all of these pieces that I cut. But cocoa lumber the termites like as well, don't get me wrong. But the white wood, the Himalayan, or I forgot the name of it, but it's a garbage wood. But the termites like that. They like that a lot. So what I'm going to do tomorrow is in the morning, I have 2 buckets of white paint with about this much paint, latex. I'm going to take, I'll decide which is the worst, the most garbage of the paint. I'm going to take one of those buckets. I'm going to mix it with a very lethal termite killing chemical. No longer can you, well, you can buy it. Not in America. You could buy it here in the Philippines, but you can't buy it in America. So I'm going to mix that product in with my paint, but I'm going to thin it out. And then I'm going to paint all of these pieces. I'm going to just spread them out on top of this bench here, and I'm just going to smear paint on everything. And behind me, I'll have a 30-inch fan blowing the chemical away, because you don't want to breathe in the chemical either. And that stuff really stinks. And then I'll leave that stuff right on the bench. If it's not raining, of course. I'll leave that stuff right on the bench to dry as much as it's going to dry. And then I'll take, on another day, I'll flip all that wood over back and forth. On another day, I'll paint everything with a regular white paint, or mix in some yellow. I have a lot of yellow. And then that will cover the toxic paint with another layer of white paint. So it won't be so, the aroma won't be so bad inside the container. So basically, the first coat is going to be thin like water. It's going to go into the wood with paint to bond into the wood. The second coat's going to cover it like a coat of plastic. And then the termites, they won't want to go in that wood, because these shelves have to last 2 years without termites, I hope. And if they last 2 years without termites, that's all I need them for. I'll be getting rid of the container in 2 years anyway. So that's my plan for tomorrow. And my plan is also, I have, of those 2 bags of clothes I had out here, one of them got pretty wet. So I don't know what to do with that crap. Well, I know what to do with it. I'm going to have to dry it out. I'm going to just have to put it everywhere to dry out the stuff, and then put it back in plastic bags again. All right, I have a lot of work clothes in there. But work clothes that won't fit me now, but they'll fit in a few months from now. So I think I have some work pants. I have some work shirts. The on-time backhoe shirts, but medium. Mediums, they're not so good for me yet. Although I fit into a medium. 6 weeks ago, I wouldn't fit into a medium. It would look like it was getting ready to balloon through the atmosphere. All right. Now, what I really should do is go get Brian to get rid of this lumber. Not that important. I'm not going to carry it over there. I carried a couple of loads the other day, and I just don't feel like carrying the lumber over there today. Brian is more than happy to do it. And he knows where it goes anyway. So if I go over there and I go there with the lumber and nobody's there, I have to come back, leave the lumber there, come back, and then go back and get my box. Because some of it they use for cooking and some of it they use for mosquito repellent. They make like a smoldering wood pile in the back. I don't know how they figure that out. I don't know how they figure that out. Well, my buddy's over there working pretty hard. Getting the job done. All right, so right now the phone is charging. The cell phone is charging. I'll show you what it looks like under the bench. See, now this was a pile this high of just those scrap lumber. Now every one of these pieces, save 2 or 3, are cut both ends square. This is a bracket that I built for something. This is the leveling bracket. This is just 2 random pieces of wood, long. All right, let's move this long piece over here. I'm going to move this piece over here. And so now it's nice and clean under here. And so we're into this for 4 hours, and we started after 11, so it's got to be close to 4 o'clock. I'm done. My day ends at 4 o'clock because I still have to take a bath. I have 2 or 3 quasi-important phone calls. Depends. One of these phone calls is going to change somebody's world, but I have to get confirmation. And I don't know that I'm going to even have, the phone is going to be answered. But one of them is going to change somebody's world in not a very long time. No threat. That's fact. That's fact. It's going to change your world. Take my word for it. Unlike you, I don't lie about crap like this. So, I don't see Ryan walking back and forth. I do need to get that miter away. That's definitely got to go back inside. So, well, there is one other. No, I can't do that. Can't do that. Can't do that. Damn it. What I was thinking, what I could do. No, it doesn't work out like that. I got to paint the wood before I put it together. I was thinking I put it together and then soak the wood, but there's going to be spots where the chemical is not going to get to it on the end grain. So I'm going to have to dip and paint everything first, which is okay, and then let it dry. All right, so first thing that's going to happen is the power miter is going to go away. Really what I should do with the power miter is make a mental note that I cut 3 nails with it. It's still relatively sharp, but if I sharpened it, yeah, that's sharp enough. How many teeth are missing? 1 tooth is missing. 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 out of 40. Oh, not so bad. That blade is probably 40 years old, that blade. That's not for this miter. I had an 8-inch miter, a 12-inch miter, and this is a 14. That's a 12-inch blade on that. And I haven't had that miter. It wasn't a bad miter. It was just not, well, considering I probably made 500,000 cuts with it. It probably was a good miter, but it burnt up. And so I still have the blades, and that's one of the blades from going back into the 1970s, that blade goes. So, and I just cut 3 nails. I can sharpen the blade again. I have the tool to sharpen the blade, the diamond blade, the diamond. I'm not going to do it today. I got to take it off, take the blade off, mount it to the table, and clamp it down. That's about an hour to sharpen that blade. I'm not going to do it today. Anyway, you guys that are watching, I'm done. I'll show you the end result of everything. What we did get done. We grinded off some screws, nails. Okay, so we got 12 horizontals. Okay, let me show you our product for today. Okay, so we got 12 verticals for the 12 frames. We got 12 horizontals for the 12 frames. We got 36 pieces cut on a 45-degree angle. So 20, 36, 48, we got 60 pieces cut. 60 pieces cut, plus those pieces underneath there. So I got about 70 pieces cut today in 4 hours. That's a reasonable amount of cuts. 70 pieces, 2 cuts, 140 cuts in 4 hours. If I was a Filipino, or if I was working with Filipinos, they would they'd never get a 45-degree angle right. Well, eventually they would, but it would take, I don't know, 140 cuts, figure 5 minutes per cut to get it right. So 5 times 100 would take 900 minutes 900 minutes is 15 hours. So I did 15 hours of work for a Filipino with a handsaw in less than 4 hours, because don't forget, I took out the tools, I got the lumber sorted out, I made some phone calls, I did some inquiries for you guys, and so I actually did, so 900 minutes to have the stuff cut by hand, 900 minutes to have it cut by hand, or 180 minutes for me to do it and make 140 perfect cuts. Big difference, big difference, big difference. Big difference. Big, giant difference. 15 hours, 15 hours or 3 hours. 3 hours for 140 perfect cuts, or 15 hours for almost close, maybe not good enough, plus or minus 3 degrees. Which do you wish to have on your job site? Okay, the miter is not plugged in, so I can pick up the miter. You can watch me do that. This miter gets heavier by the year. Every year I carry this miter. It gets heavier. I don't know how much it weighs. I'm thinking a 14-inch Ryobi miter, 1980 model, 1980, like that. $19.80, might weigh 60 pounds, maybe 55. But it's not the weight, it's that every angle on here is sharp. You put it on your shoulder, part of it wants to dig into your shoulder. The part that's resting on your head, it wants to dig into your head. If you carry it low, it hurts you, it puts pressure on your lower back. But I gotta carry it low because I'm not going through what I went through to get it out of the to get it out of the shop was problematic. Oh boy. Hold on. We have another small error here. My mistake. I pulled it out with the boots attached to it. That you can't do. If the boots weren't attached, it would have been okay. If the screws would have went straight through, but I put them in on a 45-degree angle. So we grabbed the rubber boot on the bottom of each one. Not good. Not bad, but not good either. Ha. 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 Well, okay, that's where we're going with the miter. Short steps. Ha, 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 Oh. Well, it's back where it belongs. Okay, I got 2 pieces of wood here. I got to go back up on the shelf. That's one. That's 2. Okay, now, next thing, load up this milk crate right there, that milk crate on the floor there. The yellow milk crate. I think you could see that. Yeah, okay. Load that up with all the power tools. Huh, 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 huh. Okay. I'll get first power tool is power grinder. That's one. Second one on my earmuffs. Third is the blower. There is the blower. That's that. Okay, the only thing I got left here is my glasses are over where the miter was. Can't get to them from here. Oh. Oh. Look at the nice clean bench. My glasses, and I'll be back in a minute as soon as I get this box of tools in the container. 90 seconds, because I have the big ladder out as well. I want to put everything away and lock the door, because I'm done. I'm done for the day. And I want to turn on the water for my bucket bath. I need one of those. Ah. 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 Ah! Ah! There is one more thing I really want to do tomorrow. That 10-ton jack I have that's air actuated. Now, I tried using that a while ago and it wouldn't pick up 3 tons. So it's an air actuated jack that I bought in the year 2000. So it's, Lord knows it's 20 years old. And it worked up until 3 months ago. Worked, it picked up all 10 tons. But it blew a gasket. It's just not going up to the height that it's supposed to. Now, in theory, I've taken it apart once before for the same problem. And I repaired the gasket. When I went to Napa, they had it was like a Chevron gasket that it needed. I don't know that I could get that here in the Philippines. So if I take that pump apart and I can't get that gasket, I have a $140 jack that won't jack up with the hand or the air. And then I just have a piece of scrap metal that looks like a jack, but it's not a jack. So that's what I might put that jack on that bench right there, first thing in the morning, and spend 2 hours trying to fix it. I'll take it apart, clean it up as best I can, fill it with oil, and I'll see if it'll jack up to the right height. It could be just low on oil. But the last time I used it, I was working on my belly, underneath the cargo container, on my knees, upside down, and everything was wet. So I will clean out the filler spout. I'll clean out the relief valve. I may even shut the automatic air pneumatic pump off. I might just take that piece off the jack and plug it. Maybe the air or the pressure is leaking out from there. I don't know. It was wet. It was like raining. I was upside down. I was on my knees. I couldn't get the container up. I had another jack next to it. I couldn't see where the oil was coming out of. So theoretically, I know I could fix it if I could get parts, but theoretically, I can't get parts. So I'm gonna leave, I'm gonna take this extension cord in right now. I don't know what the weather's gonna be tomorrow, and the next day if I leave this out, I could be leaving it out for a week, and there's no reason to have this extension cord in the rain for a week, or in the sun, or in the weather. In the weather, this is, it's a decent cord. It's not my best cord. It's a decent, small, light-duty 50-foot cord. I have 100-foot cords that are number 10 that will carry 15 amps. When I start using industrial-grade equipment on the hotel, I'll start bringing out my number 10 cords. I have about 300 feet of number 10 3-wire cord, UL approved, safety wire, fine copper stranded extension cords, about 300 feet of that, and a couple of 30-footers, 3 100-foot cords and a couple of 30-footers. Brian! Brian? Oh. Huh. Oh. Oh, oh, genius. No, that don't matter. Huh. 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 Uh, huh. Oh boy, I'm ready. I'm ready for that bath. I'll tell you that right now. I'm ready. My day is done. My day is done. No doubt about that. Standing up over there for 4 hours and picking all that wood up and stretching and picking the machine and back the machine, forward the machine, into the thing, out of wood, the miter in and out, the ladder in and out, the tools in and out. It was four good hours of good hard work, good training. Good training. Good training. Good training. You earn a good night's sleep when you work hard. You don't have to take any alcohol or anything else to go to sleep at night. Because your body says you have reached the maximum limit and your energy level is low. Alrighty. So I'll say goodbye. Oh, I need to get my other pants. I need to get my other pants. No, I might want to talk after I take a bath. I might have something to say. Hey, guapo! Amigo! I might have something to... Yo! Wait, do you know where Brian is? Brian?
No.
You don't know?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you lying?
Yeah.
He knows exactly where Brian is. He just doesn't feel like walking down and getting Brian. We might not know. Brian could be in the... Brian is a goat herder. He might be deep into the forest, an acre away. So there's really no way of knowing if he knows or not. Yeah! You get me, Brian? You get Brian? He's not going to get Brian. He's playing, he's teasing. I'll get Brian, but then he won't get Brian because he's laughing. Okay. Oh, that's okay. I don't need Brian today anyway. Okay. Oh, so. Where is this? Come on, baby. Come on. Oh. Yeah, I don't need, I get rid of that wood in the morning. I'll probably see Brian. If I don't, not a big deal. Not a big deal. If I get more wood, I don't have any more wood to cut. So. So you guys that are on there now, trolling or clowns or pieces of work, garbage, I don't know, festering trolls. I'm going to leave you until I get back. I'm going to go take a bath. For the life of me, I don't know why. Well, we know a couple of the garbage men that are out there watching. We know a couple of them. Can't miss one of Fazio's live streams. He might say something. I'll be able to do this, that, and the other thing with, yeah? Yeah, baby. So I'll be back. I think I have an announcement to make. Let me check my mail. I might be able to do that right now. Then you're going to just go off the frickin'... You people out there, if I make this... Yeah! I think he got mine. Brian? Brian? No. You people out there, if I get confirmation on this, which is not the Bureau of Immigration information I posted, if I get confirmation on this next piece, on this next venue, it's going to just waste your brains away. You're not going to believe it. You're going to say he's lying, and you're going to be wrong. Again. Uh-huh. So, let me check my mail. It could come in my mail. Although, what is today? Isn't today Saturday? Oh, God. I doubt it would come today. It could. I'm thinking today is Friday. Well, maybe. I haven't checked the mail since yesterday, so... No? I have a different news flash. Well, I can't read this out loud, but I bet you for $1,000 I wouldn't show you what it says on the screen. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm like a kid in a candy shop. This is better than the revelation that I had before. And this is from September 11th. Oh my God, this is I don't know where to go with this. Hold on a minute. Let me. We only got up to the part about where and then the next step and what's going on here. But Mr. Oh my God. Oh, baby. You have no idea. Ah, oh God, oh God, oh my God, oh jeez. I couldn't. You know what? If I released this information to you, I told you that wait, just wait, and that something was going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. And it is. It is. Don't make any mistake about it. It's about that song. Don't make any mistake about it. You had no idea. Oh, I wouldn't even. I might tell one or two of my friends. This is the kind of shit that I would have to put it in the title of the live stream, and I can't. I can't do that. In in uh, in all honesty, I have an agreement, legal as it may be. I made an agreement, not binding, but if I give somebody my word, I typically keep my word. There's really no reason to not keep your word, unless they changed the agreement, and this is not. They didn't change anything. They uh, they said they were going to follow through, and that because of the virus in the Philippines, it was going to take a while to go through the certain places that it had to go through to check on something. And when the checks came back, the checks came back in my favor, but it wouldn't be forthright, wouldn't be good, wouldn't be good for, wouldn't be bad for me. It would be good for me. I would have. Hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to wait a week or so. I'll wait a week or so. I'm going to sit on this. I'm going to sit on this big time, because when I do release it, I'm going to release a notification as to what it's about, and then we're going to get confirmation. I'm going to get. See, this is just the preliminary letter to me saying everything looks good, and I'm probably going to have to go to Cebu. So I may just wait till I go and sign what I need to sign, and then and then and then and then when I have that signed, everything signed and figured out, uh, I'll make a live stream that'll rock your world. I promise. I'm not kidding. If what's in this letter that I just read is true, and no reason for me to believe it's not, and that all the things fall in place like they are, we got some really powerful potions here on this page. This is more this is more than I would have ever expected. There's information in here that I would not have expected, but it's there. Yeah, I want to read that part. Wow. Okay, so oh, oh, God. Oh, you know what? Talk about. I have my those girls I met on the beach. I promised them I'd take them out, but they couldn't make it. They couldn't make it today. One of them had to work till 10 o'clock. One of them had. Ah, the one whose birthday it was. Honey Lynn. Honey Lynn's birthday was on the 16th, is on the 16th. Well, her schedule changed and she had to work in the morning. I wanted to take them out to the prawn farm. They have a buffet at the prawn farm in the ICM mall. It's definitely not the best buffet I ever went to, but they do have 3 or 4 things that are absolutely delicious. The prawns, the prawns were okay. They're medium to small sized prawns. They're okay, and but the iceberg lettuce is crisp. And iceberg lettuce is $6 a kilo here. You don't get to eat iceberg lettuce a lot, and their dressings are pretty good. They're commercial dressings, but they're pretty good. So I enjoy the iceberg lettuce, but their pork and broccoli is the same thing as a beef and broccoli in America. It is. I know it's got salt and MSG in it, and I know it affected my leg the last time I ate it in a bad way. But if it was her birthday and I was going to take Ariana and Jessa out, her friends, with us, the three girls, so because I don't really know Honey Lynn, so just to, for an interaction and to make a couple of videos. Jessa and Ariana could make it, and Honey said, "You take Jessa and Ariana out." And I said, "No, it's your birthday, so we got to wait for Honey Lynn to have the same day off as Jessa and Ariana. If that'll ever happen, I don't know. They have different schedules." That's what I should have been doing today, Saturday, September 11th. But I did kill 2 days in the city this week doing stuff. Just nonsense, too, boy, I got to tell you. Twice in the city for the bank. Twice the bank didn't take care of what they were supposed to. For those of you who just dropped in, my debit card from my bank, I raised, well, it wouldn't work. I tried to make a 240,000 peso purchase. And then I remembered, I read the paperwork that I have. You can change your credit limit. So I called up the bank and they told me how to do it online. So I did that. And then I put the order in for 244,000 pesos and it rejected my card. Two weeks ago, 16 days ago, called up the bank. They can't fix it. Send them information, sent them screenshots, sent them the order number of the order. Why do they care about Lazada's order? They can't sign in without my password anyway. But anyway, I sent all that shit out to them. 16 days have gone by. They didn't fix my debit card. So the one big ticket item I wanted, which was 185,000 pesos, is gone. So they've been working on that now for 14 days, and they didn't fix it. So this morning I put an order in for new shelving. I figured, well, maybe it'll work, but it won't. It wouldn't even work for a $6 item. So I had to use my American credit card, which, to be honest, I like to keep a certain amount of money in that account. No reason, just, and I don't have, well, the 185,000 pesos is just one of 3 items. So I don't have, I was just shy a few thousand pesos to put that 3 item order in. So I burnt up another 11,000 pesos off that card, and by next month I'll have it replenished. But how could a bank not be able to fix my debit card? It's their bank, their debit card. They issued it. It's brand new. There's never been any fraudulent activity on it. This whole country is, their computer systems don't work. They don't answer the phone. Their email addresses tell you that this email address doesn't exist when you call them up. It's just so hard doing business here. Anyway, that was something else I had to deal with twice this week, 4 hours. Took an hour to get into the bank, 20 minutes with the woman, so an hour and 20 minutes. Hour and 20 minutes times 2. 2 hours and 40 minutes with the woman total. 2 hours and 40 minutes I didn't get anything done. That's 5 hours of my life wasted. And she told me to come into the bank to get it, maybe we straighten it out, but she lied. All she wanted me to do was go to the bank so she could call the business department that can't fix the credit card, so she could act like she's doing something. Meanwhile, I'm pulling out a hell of a lot more than 240,000 pesos. I am going to dump that account. I'm going to do the same thing I did 3 years ago. I'm going to leave 10,200 pesos in the account. 10,000 is the minimum, and I'll just keep the account dormant for 3-4 years. These people are garbage. They tell you they're going to fix it. She made me come into the bank so she could hear me. I could hear her call the credit department so that the credit card department could say to her, we haven't fixed it yet. She just made me come into the bank so I could watch her make a phone call. What a piece of freaking crap. Now, had I gone to that bank just for that reason, then I would have been really upset. But I had 3 other places on the block to go to. But that's not the point. I still waited an hour to get into the bank. All she wanted to do was show me that she was going to call up the credit card department. These people are stone stupid, the bankers. They can't fix my card. The debit card department can't fix my card. The credit card department can't fix my card. The manager of the bank is too stupid to send me out email that's not non-returnable email twice. She requested information twice. I sent it back twice. The email came back as a dead email address. I mean, how did you become the manager of the bank? She had to give me her own private email address and her own private cell number in order for me to talk to her. Because the bank's phone, no one answers the phone at the bank, and the bank, she doesn't have a working email address that she can email from. And she's the manager of the bank. And you think I'm messed up? These people have such a garbage system that they have. I don't know how they get anything done here at all. I have no idea. Wow. When travel resumes, baby. Big smile, big smile, big smile. When travel resumes. Oh, you know what? I got to get outside. You guys, you watch my wall there. I got to take a bath. I'm getting really hot in here. I'll be back in about an hour, about 30 minutes. Have a nice time. Don't you wish you could turn the phone to see what's on my computer screen? You would drop to your knees, my friends. You would drop to your knees. Oh boy. Oh boy. What did I do? What I did was I forgot my shorts, my special bottomless shorts. My skirt shorts. Now I got my skirt shorts. Oh. Huh. Huh. I knew it. Second that damn thing stopped. I knew it was going to be a problem. went. Find it next month or next year, maybe. Maybe not. We're not going to find it today. Fell into the rock. Oh, wait a second. Just heard it. I just heard it. There it is. Ah, there it is. I found it. Ah. Wow. I don't know where it was. I found it. I looked everywhere, including where I heard it drop, and then I didn't see it. Then I stood up, and you know what? I bet you that damn thing was stuck inside my shoe. Probably was. But it might have bounced up and landed in the web of my shoe. Because when I got up, it fell on the wood again. Huh. 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 Oh, yeah. Huh. Huh. Well, okay, not going to use that today. We could use this today. We're not going to use this today. Not going to do anything today. Boy, my dirt from that, yeah, my dirt is from the, store from all that rotten lumber. I'm very dirty. Oh boy. Christmas in the Philippines, baby. I gotta tell you. Yo! Ah, oh boy, it's like Christmas in the Philippines today, baby. Yeah, it is. I can't tell you why, but I will tell you that hard work, hard work paid off. I told you I was going to build a hotel, right? Well, we have good news. We have good news. But I won't tell you what it is. Not yet. We have three pieces, maybe four. Well, we have 1, 2, 3, certainly 3. No, 4 pieces of information today that were really, really, really impressive. Leave a big impression. One of them, the biggest one, is that that people that are in the Philippines, not just me, but everybody in the Philippines that has had an exit visa time declared that they had to leave by, that's been canceled. We're getting confirmation on that, but it looks like the mandatory evacuation for your 3-year exit visa is going to be put on hold. There'll be fines for the people that overstay 3 years, and there'll be penalties, but no jail and no punishment. Just monetary fines. No actions against them having to be deported, blacklisted, nothing like that. So I just saved $5,000 on airline tickets because I was online this morning looking for airline tickets. I was online this morning looking for airline tickets to leave the Philippines. And then I got that piece of information saying that, if you read the link I posted in my chat window, the link is from the Bureau of Immigration, and it said that if you are, like right now, let's say right now you're an overstayer, you will not be punished for being an overstayer other than monetary fines. So let's say you overstayed whatever, let's just say 6 months. And then let's say your fines accrued to be $600, just say $100 a month. Well, you'd be responsible for 3 visa stamps at 3,000 pesos per stamp, 9,000. Plus you'd be responsible for $600 in fines, or 30,000, but you would not be blacklisted from the Philippines. Now that's in the link that I posted in my chat window, so you can see that. But also, if you're not an overstayer yet, as of yet, like say you don't have to leave until, let's say, January 1st, right? Well, when January 1st comes, you don't have to leave. But on January 1st, your overstay fines and your visa stamps accrue until the virus pandemic is over. So you'll be able to stay, and you'll be paying the same fines that you would have paid if you didn't leave and you were an overstayer. Now, I think if I read it right, when the pandemic is finally over, I think then you'll have to make your exit clearance, but you'll be able to come back in. There won't be anybody put on a blacklist because of that. I think that's pretty cool. Now, I wasn't hoping for that. I had no idea. That came out of left field. Somebody sent it to me this morning. So my plan was to, I won't tell you exactly what my plan was, but I had no problem leaving the Philippines. And I had 2 places that I would be able to stay for free, and I would not have to worry about my equipment here. I don't live in a place like that. And my equipment would be secure. I wouldn't. That part of the crap you hear on YouTube it would be probably be relatively cheap to secure my equipment, actually. So I wouldn't worry about that. And then I was going to get to go to America, and I had 2 places to stay indefinitely for free. So the offer was made. The only thing I would have to pay for is my airline ticket. So I wasn't sure. I was thinking about stopping off on the way to the mainland to stop off and see somebody. And I inquired about the tickets and the forwarding ticket to get to the mainland, but I don't have to do that now. I wanted to visit a few people, actually, and I have family in, let's say, outside the continental of the United States, and I wanted to see them. So I would have probably done that on the way home. On the way home to, well, on the way home to would have been Florida. I would have been going back to Florida, but I don't have to do that now. So that was one good piece of news. So I basically saved for my airfare. It would have been about, I don't know, $5,000 roughly, with hotels and stuff like that, because I was going to do a blog. I was going to blog the area that I was going to go in. So I would have been traveling around to a couple of different places. So I figured with hotels and airfare, it would have been about $5,000 total to get to America and to get back when the Philippines opened up. But now I don't have to do any of that. Kind of was looking forward to seeing my family, but, that's life. It's better that I don't have to spend $5,000, and that's $5,000 more for the hotel that I have to invest in rebar and concrete, which is going to be happening soon. I got those jacks to pick the house up and move the house. I'm going to try to fix another jack. I think I'll try to fix that jack first thing in the morning, because that's a hard job. That involves high pressure air. It involves the needle scaler. It involves the big parch tray that I painted white last week. It involves the wire brushing. It involves cleaning solutions, because it's got oil all over it from when it leaked. It might involve disassembling the automatic pump. You put an air into the side of the unit, and you push a button, and it goes and automatic. That doesn't work anymore. You have to go with your finger. But the thing is spewing out oil. I couldn't tell where the oil was coming from last time. I was underneath the container, hanging out upside down. I had another jack in front of that because it wouldn't pick up the container. I had another jack and blocks of woods in front of it. I couldn't see where the oil was leaking from. But tomorrow, I'll be able to see where the oil is leaking from. I'll degrease it first thing, and I'll get all the rust and accumulated 30 years or 20 years of, that's 20 years. 20 years of dust and grime off it. And I'll just wash it with a heavy soap and water solution. That's degreasing. And then I'll fill up the jack with fluid. And I'll see if that air valve is working. And if it's not, that could be the problem. I don't know. I didn't. If I was a jack repair person, I would know what the problem was. But I'm doing this for the second time in 20 years. Now, the first time was 15 years ago. So I don't know what's wrong with the jack. And I could have bought another one on Lazada, but they're $140 plus $40 for shipping. So I don't know that I want to pay $180 for a jack when I could just spend $30 for a 10-ton jack and just jack it up by hand. I don't do That jack that I have, the 10-ton jack with the auto air, that was for lifting up my dump truck. You know, if I wanted to get the dump truck in the air really quick, I just put the jack underneath it and threw air from my air compressor and pick up the dump truck, and then put my pyramid jacks under there, those dead man jacks. And then I could get the tire off, because I had everything I needed on the truck to even take the rubber off and put a new rubber on. I had spoons, and I always kept a spare tire close by. So I don't know what's wrong with the jack, and I may just disconnect the auto air, put a plug in on the side of the jack, fill it up with oil, and then I'll do it by hand. And if by hand it works, then by hand we're done. And if by hand it doesn't work and there's a blown seal, can I get the jack apart? Yes. Do I think I'd be able to buy the seal in the Philippines? I'd be taking the jack apart, going to the city, going to one of two automotive stores. One would 99% probably not have it, and one would 50% maybe have that seal. Maybe. I wouldn't guarantee it. And then there's a hydraulic shop that's basically, he calls himself a hydraulic shop, but he's not really a hydraulic. He's that's what he calls himself, a hydraulic shop, but he doesn't know a damn thing about hydraulics. He, if you give him a hose, he has a hose making equipment, but he never has the right fittings. I've been there, not for me, but for somebody else, with somebody else, and we gave him we're just going to call it a 6-foot hose, and we wanted him to build another hose. But same quality, same fittings. Well, he didn't have the fittings. So he had to use the fitting that he had. And then from there, he had another fitting that went on that fitting that made the hose fit on the fittings on the machine. But the man, I don't know if he's stupid or he just doesn't pay attention to what he does. So the hose was 6 feet, and he didn't have the right fitting, so now we have to use 2 fittings on the end of the hose. So one fitting goes to the end of the hose, and then another fitting goes on top of that fitting that goes to the machine. So instead of making the hose 6 feet from end to end with the fitting on it, from the outside of the fitting, he made the hose 6 feet. So there was a fitting on each end of the hose. So now it's 6 foot 3 inches. And then with the double fitting on the end of both of the hose, it's 6 foot 6 inches. 6 inches too long. And both of those fittings were 1,000 plus pesos each. So the hose with the extra fittings was an additional $40, and it was 6 inches too long, and it didn't fit on the machine. Well, it did, but now it rubs against a piece of metal. So not only did he charge us for the extra fittings, which, you know, you need the hose, but who the hell needs an extra $40 for fittings? But he made the hose too long and it doesn't fit right. No responsibility. He wants no responsibility. He wants no responsibility. Well, I thought it was 6 feet without the blah, blah, blah. Another story in the Philippines. All right, so what we're going to do now. Oh. There is somebody I got to shoot a mail off to. Hold on. Wow. Oh man, fucking Lazada. You know what Lazada did? These son of a bitches. I told you, well, in the live stream, I ordered five, four sets of metal shelving and a water pick and a heat gun, thermal sensor, and I pushed the button to authorize the sale. Lazada double charged me. Instead of the order being $237, which I authorized, they charged me $237 plus $237. They double charged me. How? I only pushed the button one time. So now I just had to cancel the order. And now I'm going to have to put you on mute while I talk to the credit card company because they canceled my credit card from America. Because that is a fictitious order. I ordered one set, one water pick, one thermal imager, and four sets of shelves. Should have been $237. I okayed that. They charged me twice. Well, I don't need two water picks and I don't need two thermal imagers. Probably I could use two sets of shelving, but why? The whole idea of buying the damn shelving was to save money, not to double my expenses. What a piece of shit this fucking Philippines is when it comes to credit cards and debit cards. I mean, I know I'm very careful when I fill out that information. I pushed the button one time. I did fill out an application for the order, but never proceeded to check out and confirm the order. So I had to go to my order in Lazada, gives you the list of stuff that you ordered, and then I re-established the entire list. But I only checked out and went to proceed to check out and confirm the monies. I only did that once, and I never even filled out the code on the back of the credit card. Let's say your code is, the three-digit code is 000. I never filled that out on the first order, nor did I even fill out the expiration date. I never got that far. I wanted to check the order to make sure it was right. So I never filled out the information on the credit card the first time that I started to fill it out, canceled it, put an X in it, it canceled, checked my order, confirmed that it was right, and then went through the whole process again. And instead of charging me for the order once, it charged me twice. Fucking Philippines and their motherfucking credit card system that they have. It sucks. It sucks. It just sucks. Well, I just sent some information out to one of the people that have helped me, and they thought I was kidding. They thought there's no way. They thought I was kidding. Not kidding. They said, no, you're making this shit up. I said, no, I'm not making it up, man. And I sent them the official letter. They said, holy shit, man. So I'll make an announcement when I'm legally able to. I'll make an announcement, and I'll put a community post up what the announcement is going to be, and there's some paperwork that still has to be done. So for now, I'm just going to let this just you know something is happening, and the people that assisted me, they know, and that's it. So I know that I know you think I'm making this shit up. So basically, but so some good things happened today. Number one, I got the news that everything is moving forward. I saved $5,000 on airplane and hotel fares and reservations. That I was actually online this morning at 5 o'clock this morning, making airline reservations. Putting in the dates and checking tourist destinations and tourist sites. That things I always wanted to see, and if I had to go back to America, I would go see those things. And before I ended up back in Florida, so I didn't want to spend $5,000 for airlines and hotels, but I figured, what the hell, I may as well. There's things I still wanted to see. Then I have the money and the time to do it, so I would have did it. But now I don't have to do it. So that just bought me my rebar bender. The money I would have spent on on airline tickets only, because the rebar bender is almost $4,000. It's a rebar bender cutter, and it's supposed to be available next week, 2 weeks from now. Another company is supposed to have the one that my debit card would not buy. Lazada is so screwed up, man. So screwed up. I never even finished filling out the first order. I stopped after I put the credit card number in and my name appeared. I never filled out the expiration date, and I never filled out the code on the back of the card. So theoretically, that order, when I pressed X and the card information disappeared, should have been gone. That order should have not went out. Then I reordered the same items. I looked at my previous orders, which were the same 5 items. And no, 6 items, which were the same 6 items. Then I filled out my credit card information and filled it all out. So the second time, the order was the same as the first order, but the first time I never filled out my credit card information. So when Lazada my credit card company just said they canceled my credit card, because Lazada charged me for the first order that I never filled out the credit card, and then the second order, which was the same, and I did fill out the credit card. And they know damn well I didn't double order. They know damn well that they're double charging me. Because if I would have wanted 2 water picks, I would have put down 2 water picks or 2 thermal images. They sent me the identical order twice and double charged me. This is Asia, boy. You really got to be careful. So this is probably, I don't know, I would say that 70% of the charges I put on my credit card from America did not work for one reason or another. Credit card company would cancel the order, and ask me if it was a fraudulent order, and I would say no, and then I'd put the same order back in that day or the next day, and then it would go through. But originally, 70% of any order I've ever made online in Asia with my credit card gets denied, and that's okay. That's okay, because this order would be okay. I did order, I did have on the order what I wanted, but I don't need two sets of everything. I don't need two water picks. I don't need two thermal imaging devices. I don't need the amount of shelves I bought in the one order is enough to do the whole container. So I don't need enough to do two containers. I wouldn't even know what to do with the second set of shelving. These people just suck. One time I gave, yeah, I know you wouldn't believe this, but I want to tell you something. Don't give your credit card to anybody ever. Do never hand your credit card to anybody in the Philippines. I don't know about anywhere else. In America, I never had a fraudulent order in 20 years of doing business online or in person. You give your credit card, they swipe it, they put it through the roll or whatever. Never had a fraudulent, never one time did I have a fraudulent order. Or never did anybody steal my credit card. In Southeast Asia, the credit card information was stolen by a bank employee of, I'll tell you the name of the bank, I don't give a shit. It's provable. The RCBC Bank. I went into the RCBC Bank in Cebu, and the girl asked me for 2 points of identification, 2 pieces. So I had my ACR card, and I had my Philippines driver's license. And somehow I mistaken the ACR card for my credit card. And I wasn't looking. I just put them down on the counter in the RCBC Bank in Cebu. And she took the 2 pieces of identification. Because the way I have it in my wallet, the first card in my wallet is just some bullshit dead card. The second card is my driver's license, and the third card is my ACR card, and the fourth card is my credit card. Well, I grabbed the second and the third card and just put it on the counter, and she just grabbed it, swiped, and she walked away. She walked through a doorway. I could see her back, and she was doing something on a machine. She said, I don't know why she had to even leave the counter. I mean, for 2 pieces of identification, she had a computer at the counter where we were doing business. But she walked into maybe it was a photocopy machine. I don't know what it was behind. It was behind a wall. I could see her back and I could see her hands moving, but her shoulders were moving, but I couldn't see what her hands were doing. So when she came back out, she confirmed that I was Michael Fazio, and she asked me to sign a piece of paper and confirm the signatures, because I wanted, I think I wanted 175,000 pesos that day. I needed to pay for the shipping container, and I was 125,000 for one thing and 50,000 for something else. It was like, maybe it was more even. I don't remember what it was, but it was a lot of pesos. So she gave me the card back, and she gave me the pesos, and I went to the shipping company I think I had to give the shipping company 125. I know what it was. I had to give the shipping company 125,000 pesos, and then I had to give. We have a blackout. Oh, no, not blackout. Sorry. Then I had to give the company that shipped the cargo container 80,000 pesos in fines and penalties because the shipping company that they used didn't 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 have the paperwork filled out, and the container sat on the ground until the next ship came, which was like a week later. So there were 7 days of penalties at $100+ a day. So that was like 35,000 pesos. And then when the container got here, that piece of shit U.S. Customs broker that I hired, when the container hit the ground, he says to me, "Do you have an NBI clearance?" And I said, "No." He goes, "Well, you got to get one of those." I'm saying, "Well, why didn't you tell me about that, you know, to when I got back from America?" "Well, I didn't think you needed one." I said, "Well, when did you find out that I needed one?" "Well, they sent out a memo in April." Meanwhile, it's July 21st. They sent out a memo in April, but I didn't think you were going to need one. I said, "Well, that means it's going to cost me 45,000 pesos in penalties." "Yeah." Pretty much that's what he said. "Yeah." I said, are you gonna eat any of that?" "No." "You better get your NBI card." So I went down right away to get my NBI card, and wouldn't you know it, the computers were off that day. I had to go back the next day, and I got the NBI paperwork filled out, and then I had to wait 21 days to get my paperwork. So they fined me, U.S. Customs, the dock in Cebu, fined me for 21 days. So between the 35,000 pesos penalties for the cargo container in New Jersey, where the container was, for an extra week, the whole thing came to 85,000 pesos, the fines and penalties. No. I'm wrong about that. It was 85,000 pesos for the freight company that eventually brought the container over to the Philippines. The 35,000 pesos, that went to a different company. That had to be paid also. So I had to pay 125, 35,000 for New York, New Jersey dock, and then 81,000 and change pesos to the freight company. Now, you may have seen what I did at that time. I went to the freight company that I gave the 81,000 pesos penalties to in Cebu. And that day, I made 20 versions of "This company is a fraud." 20 versions. I took the logo off their door, their telephone number, put it in the video of what floor they were on, what the name of walked outside, showed you the building, showed you the name of the building. And I said, never do business, never have this company bring your container over from anywhere to the Philippines, because they charged me 81,000 pesos in penalties because their shipper in America gave me bad information. And the customs broker didn't tell me about the NBI clearance. So all told, 35,000 really plus pesos went to the United States fraud for having the container stay on the ground for an extra week when all the paperwork was in the truck. So apparently they said the driver forgot to give the dock the paperwork. What kind of bullshit is that? The dock master. Anyway, so altogether I had 225,000 pesos in fines. 81, 35, that's 91, 101, 111, 112. Yeah, it was about 125,000 pesos in fines and penalties. So I took that name off the company registrar, went outside, showed the name on the building, showed the name on the placard, what floor they were on, and then talked about how how their incompetent shipper from America cost me 81,000 pesos for them. The customs broker cost me, I don't know how many thousands of pesos, and then the shipper raped me for 35,000 pesos to keep the container on the ground for an extra week. Well, those videos were up. Oh God, they were up for a year. Oh, they were up, and they got a lot of views. Oh, because that's the name of the company that everybody uses. Now, I told them what I was going to do. I told the woman, if I go through my files, I have the woman's name. I said, ma'am, this fine, this 81,000 peso fine, I don't agree to this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make maybe 10 or 12 or 20 videos of your company, your corporation, and I'm going to post them on the internet, and I'm going to repost them and post them again and post them again and post them every couple of weeks. I'm going to put a different version of the same video up about your fraudulent company. Yes, sir. She said, yes, sir. Daisy was there. I said, you don't care? No, sir. It's your option to do that. So I did. And I never heard from the company. A year and a half later, I get a phone call, a regular phone call, not an email. Is this Mr. Fazio? Yes, sir. From a woman. Yes, ma'am. Do you have some time to talk to me? I said, well, sure. I mean, what's it about? Because I was still building a hotel. I had stuff that I talked to people about. This is the shipping company in the Philippines at such and such a building in Cebu. We would like to know if you were the person that posted the videos about our company being a fraudulent company. And I said, yeah, I did that. She said, why would you do that? I said, well, watch the videos. Between you, the customs broker, and that fraudulent company that you use in New York and New Jersey, you cost me 125,000 pesos was the price for the customs broker. But you cost me 81,000, plus you costed me 35,000. That's 86, 96, 106, 116,000. And then it was another 20,000 pesos or so for customs brokers fees for sitting on in the storage. So it was about 135,000 pesos. So she goes, did that happen? I said, yeah, it happened. And I spoke with, I had the name, I had the paperwork available. I spoke with the lady when I paid the fine. I told her what I was going to do. She just said, yes, sir, that's your prerogative. I says, is there something wrong? She goes, well, we would like you to take those videos down. And I said to her, well, I would like to be reimbursed for 130,000 pesos. She goes, let me look into it. In the meantime, will you take the videos down? I said, sure, I'll make them private for as long as it takes you to figure this out. So if you need a week, you just tell me how long you think it's going to take for you to figure out that I paid these penalties, and I gave them the name of the people in New York and New Jersey. I gave them the guy at the dock who I spoke with. I gave him the driver's name. I gave him a video of me handing the paperwork to the driver when we closed the doors on the container, that he had the paperwork, because I videotaped the whole process. And she called me back about a week later and said, well, we can't give you the 35,000 for the dock fees in New York. So I said, well, she said, well, but we can give you the 81,337 pesos back if you come to our building. So If I go to Cebu, she'll give me the 81,000 pesos back as long as I agree to keep the videos off the internet. So I said, yeah, I'd be happy to do that. So I took down, I only made about 15 videos. I took them down, but I left the ones up about the people in New York because they never reimbursed me. And as far as the customs broker was concerned, that asshole, he'll never get any more work from me. And he was just a straight up and down thief because he didn't tell me about the NBI clearance. He screwed me. It costed me, I don't know how many pesos it was. A lot. It was a lot of pesos, like 30,000 plus pesos. And he didn't, you know what he ate out of 30,000 plus pesos? I think he took off 500 pesos. And he bought me a nice lunch. That was it. Because he didn't get the 35,000 pesos. It went to customs. But it was his fault. So I said, I hope you understand. I'll never give you any more work. Okay. So I let it go. I mean, on the one hand, he screwed me for about 30,000 pesos for customs fees. On the other hand, the job I paid him to do to get the paperwork done for the container, he did that excellent job on that. The job I paid him to do to get my container with the goods in it, plus an empty container that I had to buy separate, that's separate altogether, and to Bahal on 2 trucks. He did that, and it was done professionally. And then his driver helped me, both drivers for both trucks helped me unload the container. Well, that was nice, and I gave them both 1,000 peso tip. But so him I let slide because it was only $500. At the end of the day, it was like $580. But I got my container in my backyard, and I didn't have to empty the goods out at a warehouse in Cebu. So that was worth $500 to not do that because of his because of his professionalism. I didn't have to take the goods out of the container, and his rapport with the customs. So it was worth more than $500 to not take the shit apart in Cebu. I let that go. The only thing I got screwed for was the $625 in New York and New Jersey, and those videos are still up on the internet somewhere. And I'll make more once shipping starts again. I won't forget them. All right, so I got confirmation that my buddy is laughing his ass off about the information I sent him. It's time for me to eat dinner, 6 o'clock. I'm going to go now. I'm going to end the live stream. I'm going to end the live stream with, there's going to be two surprises. Besides that, we no longer have to leave the Philippines. No longer will you get blacklisted if you don't leave. You just pay your visa fees and some penalty fees. That's great news. I just saved $5,000. How could I have a bad day? And some information that I sent out was confirmed that it was accepted. So that's another good day. And the other two, I wouldn't even give you a hint about the other two. The other two are somewhere down the road, months away probably. But I have some really interesting shit that's happening with the hotel. It's about the hotel. And I am going to be building a hotel, just to let you know. All right, so thanks for watching, everybody. I'm Ping Permy. Let me see if we have any freelance comments. Tomorrow's live stream is going to be about, well, I'm either going to dismantle the jack, the hydraulic jack. Hey, Johnny Adriel, thanks for stopping by. I'm either going to dismantle the uh, the 10-ton hydraulic pneumatic automatic jack, or and then I'm going to paint the wood with a debugging agent, like an anti-termite uh, chemical that will not let chemicals go in that wood. I'm going to treat the wood before I'm going to put the treatment. I'm going to put the treatment in the paint, a very thin viscous paint, and the viscosity is going to be like sewing machine oil, very fine oil, like almost like kerosene, but it's going to be a latex paint. And then I'll have a fan on so I don't breathe those chemicals. And then I want to dismantle that jack. I want to see what's going on with that jack, because the jack is worth $150. I'm not going to buy another one, but I'm going to see if I can get that to work. And even without the automatic pneumatic bring the jack up, the jack still has a value of about, well, it's, I think that's a 20-ton jack actually. So 20-ton jack would be $2,050 and $40 to ship it. So that's $90. The jack still has a value of $90, but I don't need a 20-ton jack. So I will be degreasing that, cleaning it up, and filling it up with oil. And then I'll dismantle it as necessary in order to try to get it to work. And then if I don't get it to work, well, there's really not much I could do with the parts from an old jack. It's just going to be if it's a blown seal, I could put a seal into the city and try to get it fixed. I could dismantle the jack down to, I mean, it's just a hydraulic piston. It's nothing special. But I don't know that I could buy that. If there's a blown seal, I don't know that I could buy the seal here. There is a way to build your own seal. If it's an O-ring, I could probably build my own seal by cutting a, well, I won't tell you how to do it. I'll show you. But so that jack is going to be part of tomorrow's first projects. Cutting the vertical stanchions for the second set of shelves that I have ready to go into the cargo container too. I need at least 4 7-foot pieces of rebar. At least, well, I probably could get away with 6'6". So I need 4 6'6" pieces of rebar for the shelf, the second set of shelves, and that I have. I can cut that. That's something I can do. I'll paint the wood. I'll try to fix the jack. I think that's going to be my day tomorrow. And if I get the jack fixed, it's a $90. I saved $90. And if I don't get it fixed, well, then I'll get it out of my shop. There's no reason to have that in the shop. It serves no purpose, right? If it's no good. It would probably be good. You can buy the exact jack. I mean, the same make. I think only one company in the world makes that jack. And you could buy that exact jack. I looked at some of the details on Lazada for $140 plus $40 for shipping. But I don't need an automatic jack. I don't own a dump truck anymore where I have to fix a flat on the road at 2 o'clock in the morning. So I won't be buying another one of those. But I will try to repair it. And I can repair it if they have the parts to replace. Taking it apart, putting it back together is not a problem. It's getting getting a spare part that fits the unit. Well, that's my schedule for tomorrow. Cut 4 pieces of rebar, 6'6". Disassemble the jack down to where I can either fix it or scrap it, and then paint the lumber in that order, because then the poison paint I'll be doing at the end of the day. So in case I breathe it in and get sick, I'll put a respirator on. But it will be at the end of the day, so it won't affect me during the day. So I'll say goodbye. Thanks for watching my videos. God day to everybody. Well, you know what I could do? I could make this one more phone call. This is, if you could only hear what I'm about to say to somebody, and you can't. But if you could hear what I'm about to say to somebody, it's good shit, not nothing bad. But I'm gonna put you on mute. Well, to be honest, they did say that they probably weren't going to be around at tonight. They were going to go do something. So I guess they did. All right, that's it. We're done. Umping, umping Permy from Mr. Congeniality himself. And I am a very congenial person, and I'm the nicest guy I know. Ask me. I come with my own references. And we'll leave it at that. I'm being Permy, which means take care always. And God day to everybody from Michael Fazio in the Philippines, baby. I'm being Permy. Bye bye for now.